glitch energy.
Hoop, can I ask a question?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to... Oh, I'm muted. Oh my goodness, I started off muted. What a way to begin the whole thing. My goodness, welcome everyone to the Race to World Worst, where 4 teams battle it out to see who will become the champions of our dungeon delving this evening. I am joined, as always, by my constant co-host, Ko, but also we have Talvi with us. But first, Ko, give us a shout out. How are you feeling this evening?
I'm good. I was thought I was deaf for a second there, and something horrific happened in the break. But no, I'm good. I'm looking forward to everything is locked and loaded, and yep, my pen and paper is ready to start scribbling scores.
Yep, always the nomad you are. And of course, Talvi, welcome. This is the first time I'm casting with you, so this is a great experience for me.
I know. This is really cool, isn't it?
Are you excited for this evening? What are you looking forward to?
I'm always excited for Race to World Worst, but I will say it's very novel for me to be on this side of the desk, because obviously I'm usually sat behind my computer typing things on social media. So yeah, this makes a nice change, and we'll say it's an honor to sit here with you guys.
Oh, well, we are very pleased to have you with us as well. Please bear in mind, Ko likes to do some interesting jokes. I'm sure we'll get as the...
That's just because I encourage Coop to make interesting
That's
jokes.
probably what it is. Well, everyone, we have a packed evening ahead of us. We're going to talk to a lot of people from different communities as we go through, as well as watch some exciting competition in the dungeon. Now, let me lay out how the things are going to go this evening. It will be head-to-head, so the stakes are real high. We've got 2 teams that will battle it out in a best of 3 that will make their way through to the final. Then our second round of teams will go into a best of 3 to make it through to the final. They will then join head-to-head to see who comes away as the winner of that specific dungeon. I know a lot to unpack, but don't worry, sit back, relax, and we'll explain everything as the evening goes on. I think maybe we should have a look at the prizes, what these teams can win today. Ko, start us off. What have we got for third place?
I'm the third place in this. Oh my goodness. It's a good job I checked how to pronounce this before coming on stream. Ashadar Harbbringer. Harbbringer? I guess mounts. I wanted to say Harbinger. Yeah, 3 of those lovely mounts. 3 of those pets. which Talvi, help me. Pronunciation.
Strauser.
Thank you very much. And then an event runner-up Discord role and badge, although you're not really a runner-up, are you? Is third place runner-up?
I think you're still a winner, right? You're still a winner.
We're all winners.
We're all.
winners.
Oh no, it's how British of us, you know. But no, we are all winners. Talvi, move us on to second place. What are we looking at?
Certainly can, yeah. So second place, we're looking at 3 of the War Within Heroic Editions, 3 of the Ashadar Harbinger mounts, and 3 of the Mecha Strauss packs, and then you also get an event runner-up Discord role and badge.
Ooh, it gets to look very sparkly in the Discord. And I'll take this one. First place, the epic edition of the War Within. Now, I believe that this is 3 days early playtime as well, which is kind of crazy. So you get a head start and everything. You get the Zygor 3 months elite, which means your leveling is going to be super efficient, super quick. You'll be covered in all aspects of the game. And also those mounts and pets, which I won't try to pronounce. I'm sure I'll pronounce something wrong this evening, but it won't be those. So there are prizes for our winners, well, the top 3 today. So lots and lots to give away. And we are looking at 4 dungeons we're going to be delving into today. Now, just to quickly have a quick overview of what we're looking at. We will dive a bit deeper. Talvi's going to take us through into that, but we're going into Nomuragon, Albrs, Alderman, and Strathholm. So we'll be taking a tour. What do we all sort of overview think of this spread of dungeons that we're going to be looking at this evening?
Talvi can go first since I'm the one who planned it.
Well, as I've just told both of these guys, Stratholme's one of my favourite dungeons, and I could talk about Stratholme till the cows come home. But doing some of the research on these dungeons, I've learnt a lot more. Like, I've learnt a little bits about LBRS that I never knew. But I've done classic dungeons. I've been playing since last week of classic before TBC dropped. So I've been playing quite a while.
Okay.
So I've run quite a few of these dungeons quite a few times. And I will still state that I still get lost in Blackrock Spire all the time, because there's nothing to kind of point out where you are. There's no like markers or anything. Everything looks the same, so it's easy to get lost in there.
Yep. What about you, Ko? Why did you pick these ones? What was it about it?
Well, other than the fact that there aren't really any classic, let's say, dungeons left in the game, because they're all remakes now in Kata or Mop or whatever, so it's kind of limited. They actually provide quite a good coverage of different challenges, whether it be a really high mob count like we have to achieve, or really longer dungeons where movement is going to play a big part in it, or something like maybe shorter like Strat, where AoE is perhaps in those tight corridors a bit more important. We have a mix of different like stuns and silences and routes, so it's a real challenge covering all of the different spectrums of this type of event. We're not really expecting any real super high difficulty stuff in terms of mobs one-shotting you, but when you consider all of the things put together, if you pull too much, then you will get stunned and silenced at the same time. If you don't have the cooldown use at the right time, or just simply enough, if you don't use your movement at the right time, you will just lose. And this is why the head-to-head is so interesting, is it is that added layer of jeopardy as opposed to just you against the dungeon. It's you against the dungeon versus someone else doing the same thing. Yeah,
exactly. So we're stacking on... Wonderful. Hey, I hope everyone else out there has got their beer ready in hand for a wonderful evening ahead of us. What are we drinking tonight, Ko? What are we looking at?
I've done enough of these now that I've just started drinking live on stream. Like,
yeah,
tomorrow.
I mean, yeah.
0%, by the way, so don't worry. I haven't gotten too crazy.
Okay, 0% sounds good, and I'm sure I'll grab myself a 0% beer as well as we go through this evening. I do want to have a quick look at the teams before we head into our first interview of this evening. I know we're packed full of crazy stuff tonight. We are going to have an interview with Lucario, who's going to come on and talk with us very, very soon. So let's have a look first at 2 Danes and an idiot. What a team name. So we've got here the Guardian, the Shadow Priest, not wholly interesting, and also the Frost Death Knight. What are our first thoughts of this team? First of all, the logo looks amazing.
The
Yeah.
logo's great. I mean, some of my other Danish friends were asking if the idiot is Swedish because apparently that's some sort of regional joke. If anyone is
Oh.
Danish or Swedish and shout, then maybe I've started some sort of war that you would like to take part in, and you can be Team Denmark or Team Idiot, whichever one is your choice. This is an interesting comp because Death Knight isn't really something we've seen much of.
Mhm.
But it does really have a really high potential. Shadow Priest, as we know, or any flavor of priest, is your favorite with your favorite Holy Nova spam, which I think we'll see a lot of today.
Yeah.
And Guardian Druid very much being the meta from last time, but there's been quite a lot of change recently. And we've had obviously the return of enchant, meaning Crusader enchant specifically with the health proc, which does an absolute obnoxious amount of healing. So it'll be interesting to see if they are still remaining as the top tier tank.
Now, we're going to speed through these teams. Talvi, next team, just here for the food. Talk to me about this group. The Survival Hunter, interesting. What do you think of this team?
Yeah. I mean, Monk, Shaman, Hunter sounds like a great combination. Brewmaster, Monk. I will admit that monks in general I don't know a whole lot about, but I know that Brewmaster Monk is very much a favorite throughout Starship. It's a great thing to be playing, obviously, because if it's well liked, then it must be good at something, clearly.
Yeah.
Resto Busted, obviously he's our restoration shaman. Sorry, my words would not come out there. I like Resto Shamans. They're probably one of my favourite healers to play, just because they've just got so much utility. They've got, they're very much like, I see them a lot as, and this may be controversial, I feel like they're a lot like holy priests and holy paladins in the way that they can do multiple things at once, and that's what I really like to see in a healer.
Yep.
And survival hunters, I am a survival hunter stan, I will say, purely because I played one in Wrath and I really got a feel for it then. I know they've changed a lot since then. I know that obviously more melee based now, but I think it could be a really, really interesting comp.
Yep, I think definitely it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. I do want to know, real quickly, hot off the press, Dietrich has donated £30 to our charity Safe Now World. Thank you very much to Dietrich. We really, really appreciate it. We are really bringing up that sort of total, and we're very, very happy. They're such a generous community, so thank you again. Now, we're looking forward here at Goblin D's Nuts. We're going to full name them today. They are one of our previous contenders. Again, that Resto Shaman, the Guardian Druid coming in with all that AoE healing as well as the AoE damage that it can provide, and the Windwalker Monk. Again, really, really strong, especially in those cooldown windows. This is a team to look out for, especially as our leader is part of this team, so it's going to be interesting to see them play. And lastly, our other team, Legacy 30, which I'm liking the logo, very cool, very clean. And we've got that Windwalker again, the Demonology Warlock, and the Fury Warrior. Co, talk to me about that transmog, because that's kind of looking minimal and clean.
It looks very clean, but the most interesting thing about this guy is that he has is 2 jackhammers equipped, which if you know anything about them, they're super rare. And he has 5 in total, which, by the way, each one of them sells for gold cap, and he has 5.
Wow. Okay. 5 and gold cap. It's crazy because when we do this sort of thing, I definitely do like to say to the people out there that, hey, I only have about 2,000 gold. If you'd like to donate to the charity of Matty, that's absolutely fine. I'll be on the cathedral steps. But yeah, things happen. So we are joined by Lucario. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. How are you this evening? Are you feeling prepared for what's to come?
I sure hope so.
And you're sporting the Windwalker Monk. So how do you feel about that
Yes.
coming into the tournament today?
I'm not gonna lie, out of every tournament that we've done, I've never actually played the Windwalker, even though that's the one I main, so I'm hoping that it's gonna be pretty good.
Excellent, excellent. So, of course, Legacy 30, a wonderful community. Talk to us a little bit about what Legacy 30 is.
Okay, so it is a level 30 community that we primarily do raiding content for classic content without having to do regular classic WoW. So we have all the perks and everything from retail.
Okay.
I take a lot of pride that we are probably the only non-aggressive twink community.
Okay.
So we don't have any kind of like toxicity that exists in our community, and I'm very
Right.
proud of that.
Okay, so it's very much similar to Starship. It's just you're taking the great bits of WoW and the community aspect and really bolstering that in this community. It sounds like.
Yes.
Excellent. And sort of what do you enjoy most about being a member? What is it really that gravitates you toward this community that makes sort of you want to stay in it long term?
Well, we have a lot of really cool guys, a lot of big brains that do a lot of theory crafting for ideas for just the play style that we do. I find it very interesting that we have so many kinds of people like this, and it just makes me really want to play with them because it makes me have more fun. So whenever they come up with ideas about different kind of gear sets or trinkets, I actually think about that all day, and I really want to come home and try to get it and
Yeah.
test it out.
I think it's one of those things that when you play WoW so much and you're so invested, you sort of close your eyes or go to bed at night and you still see the game as you close your eyelids. I think that's a great place to be.
Oh yes.
Definitely. Right. So this is something I know we've had wanting to ask you for a long time. Could you share with us a memorable experience or achievement from your community?
Absolutely. Our community has, I do believe, at least recorded, the world first 10-man heroic ICC kill.
Wow. Okay. World first
Very
10
hard.
man.
Almost. Yes. It took almost 100 wipes, but we managed to get it. It was
Amazing.
insanely hard.
What was that feeling though when you finally sort of it went down, 3%, 2%, 1% with the nerd screams there? What was the feeling like?
Yes. Oh man, the hype was real.
Yeah. Okay. I, guys, do you have any questions for Lucario today?
Yeah, so I mean, I've actually watched that video. It was pretty cool to see you guys do it. I was as part of like just generally having a look at your community. I wanted to save this question for later, but since it got asked, how many runs did it take for you to get Thunder Fury?
Oh my god, that's like a 6-month ordeal. But this isn't even my first Thunder Fury. This is like my third.
What?
I have every legendary available at level 30, including Shadowmourne.
Wow.
Okay.
I have 5 separate pieces of Thunder Fury, all on different characters. Like, I am so sad.
That is
I'm
wild.
still working on it. I have 3 Valnirs, 3 Thunder Furies. I have 1 Hammer of Ragnaros, and 1 Shadowmourne.
That is okay.
And I have Warglaves on a Rogue. And
So now
I have
you
1 Warglaive on Lucario.
so now you can finally play the game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That that sounds absolutely amazing. So we know now about your achievements and how much you've put into the game, which sounds so extensive, and it sounds like you've given a lot to the game. And now part of this community, what are some, I suppose, future plans for the community? Where do you see it going as you move forward?
Well, I'm hoping we gain more traction. I'd like to see it expand more. So far, we have over 600 members, and I'm very proud of that achievement. It's been a lot of work. We've been a community for almost 3 years now, and I'm hoping that we can maybe in the future get access to more raids. That would be nice, but that's really up to how Blizzard scales things.
Yeah.
So you're looking
But
forward to seeing if Firelands becomes available for you?
Fireland's up to mop. I'd be happy with that. Just anything with more mastery gear.
So basically, we're just looking for anyone from Blizzard watching. If they want to make that
Seriously.
possible for Legacy 30, then
At
then
least
feel
give us
free.
Firelands, man.
Also, we were talking earlier. There was also a point of interest that you wanted to discuss about jackhammers.
Oh my god. So one of the guys on my teams, he actually has the absolute most amount of jackhammers, I believe, in the world. He has a total of 5.
Wow.
He is using 2 of them for this tournament, and I think the other 3 are in his bag or they're in his bank. But yes, he has 5 jackhammers. And I thought it'd be really cool if Blizzard would like make him into an NPC called the Jackhammer, just as like a joke.
That is
Yeah,
absolutely
hopefully,
crazy.
hopefully someone's listening and they can make your dream a reality, or his dream, or whoever's dream it may
Yeah.
possibly
yeah.
be.
Now-
So go on, Matt.
No, please go for it.
I was just going to go through the next question myself. Do you have any events planned coming up that maybe people could, dip their toes in the water and get a 30 and come with you guys?
As of right now, we are doing our Herald of the Titans. We do a free Herald of the Titans for
Nice.
everybody once a month, so we don't charge anything for that. I believe that is today after the Starship tournament is over, of course. So if anybody wants to come in on that, we offer it for free. You just have to basically show up and you'll have the title. Outside of that, before the War Within comes out, we would like to do 10-man heroic ICC one more time, just to really staple it in.
Is that US or EU realms or both?
It is US or NA, but we also have an EU community as well.
Awesome.
Okay, so you've covered everyone. Covered everyone.
So we get Australia.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming on to talk to us about this. We really appreciate sort of your insights and also being a part of this competition, bringing the Legacy 30 community over to Starship as well. And I'm sure there's many people out there that will want to be involved with this. And as Blizzard opens up more raids, there'll be more opportunity, I think, for people as you go forward. So that's really exciting. However,
sorry, I was going to say before he goes, since we still have a bit of time.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us
Can I
what
ask a question?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, because you've mentioned that legendaries, but for me, it feels like you've missed off one, and you haven't mentioned Atiesh. Do you have Atiesh?
Unfortunately, no. That would be a really nice one to have for that Portal of the Karazhan. But as of right now, we do not have that, unless Blizzard ever wants to bring it back.
Oh, you found his weak spot. You found it.
I was gonna say I have that, but it's on the wrong realm. So I have that on my old US account, and I worked really hard to get it, but it's not in game anymore, so I can't get a second copy.
No.
I should give you GM now.
Well, we've found out about all the achievements, all the wonderful things personally and with the community. Tell us about this evening. Tell us about your team and your thoughts going into the competition, where you're looking to place, and maybe if there's some sneaky strats or thoughts about which dungeons you think you'll do well in.
I'm sure we'll do good in Nomergon because my guy that has the jackhammers, he has farmed Nomergon, I think, about 1,000 times, no joke, for very specific drops of gear. So, like, he is the big brain of our group. I'm more of casual, so honestly, for me, I don't really care which place we come in. It's just the experience.
Yeah.
Anything for 30's content, I'm happy. This is a win-win for me either way.
Wow, a content machine. Well, we like to hear it over here for sure. But we do hope you have a wonderful competition. I'm sure we're going to be super stoked to see your team get through and see what they do. Now, you've gone with the Demonology Warlock and also the Fury Warrior as well. Did you pick these classes specifically, or was this sort of like a comfort pick for the team?
Our Demonology Warlock, he just was really adamant about playing it, so I just let him go ahead and go along with it. And as for our Fury Warrior, he just really wanted to flex his jackhammers.
Wow, I've heard that in... Okay, never mind. Jokes for later when we drink. Now, any other questions from the team here tonight?
No, I think the only thing I would say is I'm going to assume that your Fury Warrior has double Crusader and is basically immortal.
Oh yeah, completely. I usually play Mistweaver, but I'm completely irrelevant now.
Healers, do you know what? We could talk about this all night. Healers have become anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Did he go with the talents to make Whirlwind hit twice, just to make him even more like overhealing?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Okay, because that's what I went as well, but without the double jackhammers when I was planning and looking around, because it just does insane amounts of healing. So I'm curious to see how he does versus the Guardian Druids.
Oh, he's just basically a Beyblade. He's just gonna go out there and whirlwind until his heart contents.
This is the Beyblade team. If Felguard, Fury Warrior, Windwalker, just like, spinning your way through dungeons.
We're showing our age now, talking about Beyblades.
I mean, there's another spinning thing we can talk about, but I don't think you want that just yet.
Okay, moving forward, I want to thank Lucario again for coming on and talking with us. We really do appreciate it. And I'm sure we'll have some links in chat for Legacy 30 so people can find out more about you guys and be a part of the community you're growing. So thank you again for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent, excellent. Right, so we are going to be starting very, very soon, and I'm going to let Lucario go and join the rest of their team. We'll come back to us here. So this evening, we've sort of found out about Legacy 30 now and the crazy gear they've got, what they've been farming. Who do you think? Let's do some predictions. Let's start with Ko. Who's at the top of your list? Who's winning tonight?
The top of my list, I have a feeling would be the time walking community. I think that their roots the times and things that I vaguely know of, unless there's been any other strategies in the last couple of days, I think their roots are really going to do it for them. There are some questions about the amount of damage they have in their comp. So they're incredibly survivable and they can mass pull, but they're not necessarily good at mass killing. So that's maybe a limitation. I don't know anything about Legacy 30, so it's hard for me to predict. And I don't really know that much about Zippy's team, but I'm just banking on the Fury Warrior being that extra bit of damage to take them over the line. But we'll see how that pans out in the first couple of rounds, I'm sure.
Exactly. And to go on the back of you talking about the time walking community, we are going to hear from them a little bit later tonight. So do stick around for that. And they have been in our previous tournaments and done very, very well. So it's really a sensible thought to think that they would maybe be on top here. But Talvi, what's your prediction? Who's finishing first?
I feel like I have to say Goblin D's nuts, because if I don't, Adam may chase me, but...
For that reason, not for... Okay. Yeah.
But no, sensibly, I'd really like to see Zippy's team do really well, because I feel like they've got a really good combo with the various, obviously, classes that they've got going on. And like Coops just said as well, like the time walking community obviously have the capability of doing really, really well as well, just generally because what we've seen from them in the past. So yeah, I guess that's my sort of predictions.
It really tickled me that you said Adam's team and then said, nah, but actually.
Yeah, well, hey, we're going to see what happens later on tonight. I'm going to say a team, and I may use the flip-flop card a bit later on. However, now I've played with Zippy for a long time, okay? We've mastermind together, we've spreadsheeted together. I'm hoping he's come out with some strat for each dungeon that's going to get the edge, get that little bit of time. Classes are important, but a good strat can almost trump that sometimes. So I'm going to go with Zippy's team. We'll see what happens at halftime. We'll come back and talk about these predictions, I'm sure, very, very soon. I'm going to put the word out now to our production team. Do let our first head-to-head know that they can start and give us a little countdown, and we'll have a look at that as we begin. We are going to start with Nomeragon. So, Talvi, give us a little bit of a rundown about Nomeragon and what we're going to be expecting.
I certainly can. Let me just find my sheet on my screen. There we go. So, Nomeragon. I feel like this is a city that everybody says a little bit different, depending on how long you've been playing the game and who taught you how to say certain ones. But yeah, Nomeragon was the old city of the gnomes. It's found right next door to Ironforge in Dunmorrow. It's a technical marvel. The city is wrought iron evidence of gnomish brilliance, intelligence and creativity. Throughout Nomeragon, the gnomes provided support in weaponry, vehicles, and energetic troops to the Alliance. We're going to see, as the bosses are listed here, we're going to see things like Viscous Fallout, which is basically a slime boss. And it's funny enough, because the slime that we see for this boss is bright green, which is very similar to the slime that we see later on in such raids such as Naxxramas. He is a water elemental that resided here down in the waterways, and he's become trapped and contaminated with this horrific pollution, and he wanders the hall in grief and anger, ashamed at what he has become. I mean, can you get a more emo boss? We've got also the Electrocutioner 6000. This is as nasty as it sounds, really. On this boss in particular, we see Mechanir Thermoplug is not a patient gnome, and instead of testing his creations, he rushes through them and sets them free. It is a supercharged mechano tank, and Lieutenant Tom Sizzlepants Crankle, say that's 3 times faster if you've had some alcohol, is the only leper gnome to have successfully controlled it. We've also
is there any such thing as a non-cranky gnome? I feel like they all are a bit.
Yeah, exactly. I just find it funny that he's got this nickname of Sizzle Pants. It's like, what kind of story does he have behind that?
That's what I'm going to call you from now on, Matt.
Hey, any nickname from you?
We've also got the Crowd Pummeler 960. If you've seen Pummeler bosses before, in such places as Alduar, it's a very kind of similar thing. So we've got, in the history of Gnomeregan, inventors were pitted against each other to see who could make the biggest and best creations. The Crowd Pummeler 960 was considerably unbeatable, and Thermoplug himself decided to steal the blueprints for the robot, and then created a bigger version of the machine, and this is still considered to be one of his favourite stolen inventions to this day. And then, of course, we've got the man himself, Mechaneer Thermoplug, who is a cold-blooded murderer, traitor, and hated by so many of the gnomes. He rules over the halls of Gnomeregan as a ruling tyrant with a malfunctioning iron fist.
Oof.
He is feared by his creations, the monsters of Gnomeregan, and even the leper gnomes themselves, as he possesses the cunning to destroy everything around him with no thought to even his own life.
Wow.
Okay. Let's have a look if what we come up with then for these brave adventurers into these dungeons then. If
Yep.
they get stopped.
Exactly. And I like that name, Thermoplug. Sounds like something else. So these teams are about to get underway very, very soon. We're super excited. This is our first head-to-head with our two teams. Let's see how they're doing. We have them here. Goblin D's Nuts against the Just Here for the Food. It's going to be an exciting adventure through Gnomeregan. And, of course, I'm here with my friends having a look at the games today. Yes, friends. And I hope you are sitting at home or lying down in bed, cozy, cuddled up in your blankie. Depends if you're in England, it's pretty warm here. Maybe you're with an iced tea, something cool like that, ready to watch these teams go. And we are off. Goblin D's Nuts hitting up with that speed straight away and jumping down off the top. Both teams are doing exactly the same thing. Is this something that you'd probably be looking for, Ko, as they're starting these dungeons, those quick skips to the first boss?
Yeah, I think the one thing that's actually surprised me is that we're kind of stalling on this first boss on the right-hand side over here, and Goblin have just sent it straight through, and they seem to be moving a bit quicker, which is maybe just something that went wrong slightly for them. Bit of nerves on stream, but also it's just to point out that the time is on the right side for both of these teams, so maybe just so you know, if you're watching, if that will be what we're going off, if there's any disparity or any problems. So that's the time we're going off with the mob percentage and the boss kill times.
Yep, exactly. And we have that wonderful, as you mentioned, up there to have a look at how this is going. Now, we've got Goblin D's Nuts on screen. It looks like they are looking for the boss. There is a bit of a problem now between this team. They're looking and looking, and they can't really see what's going on. They need to die, it seems. Something's up here. What's happened?
I have absolutely no idea what they're doing. I just saw one of them spamming swear words in chat, and they have stalled completely. So I think, well, you can't die. It's a head-to-head. So
They didn't reset the dungeon. Holy moly.
Well, that's their fault.
Yep.
There's no one else's fault, unfortunately. So Legacy 30, as long as they finish, which I think is going to be so difficult to do, is probably going to be this is it for them. I don't know. What do we do? I didn't even think of that as a problem.
No, I mean, that's sort of like a player error, it seems. But we're looking over here now at just here for the food, and they're pulling as normal, pulling that trash all the way up to that second boss, taking out 6,000 very, very quickly. The team is doing pretty well here. Looking at the damage meters, that Resto is, hey, a healer after my own heart, topping the meters, as always. And they're continuing through to the next round of bosses. Talvi, talk to me about this third boss that they're coming up to now. Is there anything we need to look out for specifically as they've killed the Electrocutioner here?
Not particularly, no. Crowd Pummeler 960 is a strange kind of boss, because you've really got to you've got to kind of just, I guess, hit it hard. I mean, I'm very much thinking, you know, kind of like Onyxia wipe. I've summarized and I've got it playing in my head currently, but it's very much a boss that if you don't kill it then it will kill you.
Right.
So
okay. Yeah. Okay. So
It looks like they're trying to catch up. This will be incredibly impressive if they manage to do it now.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to reset, and yeah, this is going to have to be one hell of a run.
Yeah, but sometimes the pressure, sometimes the fact that your back is against the wall causes you to almost go into that focus mode. What do you call it? Like the zone, almost, maybe. And these players can potentially pick up, maybe hit those numbers better, stand in the correct place so they don't get hit by this mechanic that reduces their DPS. All sorts of things could happen here to make sure that they can catch up. But it'll be interesting to see if they can. Now, on the right-hand side here, for just here for the food, we're looking at that survival hunter. Now, this is something that I personally haven't seen very regularly. I know we have a guild member, Rawley, I'll call them out here, who likes to play survival, and they love it. They love survival. I haven't seen it often, but I think they're quite fun to play. I know, Talvi, you mentioned that survival is a fun spec.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I really, really enjoy survival. I think it was a little bit of a strange swap when they swapped it from being kind of like a range to a melee, but since it kind of feels like it's kind of grown into itself now, it feels really fun to play and it feels really solid.
Yeah, I love that. The week aura we have for the dungeons, absolutely fantastic. Really, really cool to see that there. So, Ko, no healers on the table, but we have those warriors, which I know you like to see. Talk to me about the healer situation. Why has it come to this point now where no healers are being represented, really?
Well, I mean, there's a chance that they kind of are. It's just it depends on the scaling. We have the Resto Shaman being represented in 2 teams, and I guess Holy Nova being represented in 1 team at the very least. So in half the teams you absolutely have the healer, and we have a time finished confirmed on the right side.
Yep.
Super quick time.
Very, very quick. And let's have a look. This team here, they've... What's it? 4 minutes, 27 seconds. Absolutely crazy. They have locked in that time. Let's have a look now closer at Goblin D's nuts. Yep, that's correct. They are on the second boss. They're doing what they can to get through it as fast as possible.
Yeah, they're roughly halfway through, and kind of half the time, but they really threw it away by themselves from not resetting the instance from before. So they've got it all to do. But just finishing up while we watch this kind of more relaxed now, healer scaling is actually an interesting issue for level 30 content because they do seem to pump out a lot more damage, and the chain lightning from the Resto can do insane amounts of damage as we've seen previously in these events. So it's really a case of we'll see what happens. Perhaps we'll learn something new tonight.
Yeah, and I think it's also where talent points land on the trees. If you have access to that power early on, you'll find that your class does pump out that damage. For instance, we're looking at something like a Holy Priest that, of course, deal the most damage as a healer max end game because of the way that they were changed in a previous patch. However, maybe around this level, they don't have access to why they're strong. And I think that's a really interesting thing to look at here, as we do have Goblin D's nuts as they are heading through, and they are smashing up as much as possible and as quickly as possible. And we're going to get confirmation of what we're going to do moving forward. We're going to probably have them head-to-head again to make sure that the teams are lined up so we can see what's going on between the two. I think at this point, as we're watching Goblin D's Nuts, it's something to note that we are doing a giveaway today, everybody. A giveaway, and you can have the opportunity to win something very, very cool. Let me just double-check the command. I believe it's ! Giveaway in chat. Let's see here. Can I confirmation code?
Yeah.
I believe it's
in terms of
ticket.
in chat?
Yeah.
Tickets. Yes,
Exclamation mark ticket in chat. Get yourself a ticket. One lucky winner at the end of the stream today will go away with both the War Within Epic Edition and the Kata Epic upgrade. These are all given by Blizzard, so thank you very much to Blizzard for providing these codes. But hey, up for grabs, you can win an Epic Edition, and that's sort of crazy, especially with it coming so close, and you can get yourself prepared. So exclamation mark ticket in chat. And oh my goodness, I'm looking down here at the teams.
I think that they're dying to get reset. Just remember, hopefully they remember to reset. Remember, round 1, best of 3. They have an opportunity to pull this back, but let's make sure that they get everything reset, and we'll go back to the head-to-head, and hopefully they can do it successfully this time.
Exactly, and we have both teams here. We have the reset happening in Goblin D's Nuts. The other team are prepared and ready to go. we'll tell production now that, yep, when both teams are ready, they can head out on their next run. Of course, this is a best of 3, so if we have Just Here for the Food winning again, they will go through to the final, and they will play the winner of our next head-to-head, which will happen just after this. Very exciting times. Nomragon. Do you know what? I haven't run this in such a long time, but it's so nostalgic seeing it again.
Agreed. I mean, for me, it's a lot like Blackrock Spire. Again, I always get lost in Nomragon. Maybe it's just my poor sense of direction in dungeons, but yeah, it's like you said, it's very nostalgic. Everybody's run it at some point, and a lot of people obviously would have run it as like a leveling dungeon as well.
Yeah, exactly. As a leveling dungeon, that's really, really interesting, because I think I did the same back in the day. You get the squad in, you do these routes that we're seeing the teams do now to try and optimize your leveling experience. And I know in Mists of Pandaria Remix, that I know a lot of people are playing at the moment, the same thing is starting to happen within those dungeons. People are trying to level fast, but also get that bronze really quickly. So it's a fun meta adaptation for each dungeon, and we get to see Nomeragon's adaptation here, as both teams are ready to rumble and ready to get through this next round. Goblin D's Nuts now, they are behind, but I feel like that's maybe a spur. Maybe they'll sort of find the inner flame, if you will, to get through. Do you remember that spell, Inner Flame, by a priest? Anyway, yeah, maybe they'll find that that spark to really hit the good times.
Well, there's no priest here. I was just completely gone by you saying Goblin These Nuts now. But we are well and truly off, and it looks like we're getting some kind of similar pulls here, moving everything onto the second boss. First boss coming with them and moving through the dungeon. So hopefully this one will be no technical difficulties.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we saw the resets from both the teams, so I think we're in a good spot. Let's zoom in here on Goblin D's Nuts, because I know that they are the team behind. They're the team that we're really looking to see if they can push the time of, I believe, 4 minutes 27, around about that time, by food. I'm going to use the word food. I think they'll be known as food. So they really need to push that time as fast as they can, and I think their strat here is really just pull the whole place and do what you can.
Yeah, you can see the bear swiping its way through the entire map. I imagine that will probably be a scroll wheel macro. If not, then they're going to have some pretty tired hands by the end of this. But yeah, the whole thing is coming with them. The one thing they do look like they're kind of lacking a bit is any sort of mobility at the minute. It looks kind of slow compared to the other group, but maybe that's just the survival hunter just having some really nice speed on them.
Yeah, exactly. That speed is really, really necessary. And I think you're right. Like, really, you've got to put these abilities on, like scroll a wheel and things like that, especially as you're doing these dungeons over and over again. But I think especially for our druid here, Nuts, they've probably had a lot of practice, right, with that use of that hand. So they'll be able to get through here to the next stage. As they do hit on boss 6000, they're taking 2 bosses at the same time, which I think is super interesting. They have those AoE stops to be able to get out as much as possible, make sure the team doesn't take much damage. And I think they're doing pretty well, Talvi.
Yeah, gosh, yeah, definitely. It's fascinating to see them go so quick. Like, I've run these dungeons so many times and I can't even do the speed that these guys are doing. This is generally as well because I'm one of these people that kind of likes to stop and pick everything up and read quests, and I am very much the opposite of you, Matt. I like to read quests.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes they're good to read. But then, I don't know, just give me audio cues. That's what I like.
Just as a reminder for people in chat, the round 1 is best of 3, and then winners go head-to-head afterwards. So that's why we're running this twice, because it's a best of 3.
Yeah, exactly. I'm reading in chat here. I'm saying something right. Am I saying American wrong? Holy moly.
I'd say Nomragon, but...
So, see, I'm not the only one. I wasn't sure if it was one of my weird American inflections again.
Or Gnome Reagan, if you want to be.
Oh, well, I've called it Gnome Reagan, and I think, if I remember rightly, an American stopped me and they went, "Oh, what the hell did you just say?" And I was like, "Oh, sorry."
Let's have a look on the right-hand side at food, because it looks like they have almost completed that bar and chaining their way through. So it's on the 3rd boss now, pulled into combat with only that left and basically no ads to go. Whereas it seems like Goblin still has half of their ad quota still to fulfill.
Yep. Exactly, yeah. So lots going on here. Twitch chat is just absolutely outrageous, but that's okay. As we're seeing the teams here really push the boundaries of what they can do, and I suppose they're trying to beat their best time as well in Nomuragon.
Hey!
Fantastic. Okay. It's so interesting seeing a survival hunter, though. It's really interesting seeing one played. I've not really seen a POV like this, so it's cool to see what they can put out. They do lack a bit of that, I suppose, range and mobility of the Beastmaster, but I suppose within this sort of context, they can excel.
Well, what you're seeing actually here is just really good single target damage, which has enabled them to go off on his own and just solo this boss, which is really going to help with their time. And obviously, look at that knockback. You have to be pretty careful there not to get thrown off the edge. But looting as well, which is obviously fantastic. And they actually did it at the same time. They're done.
Wow.
Nice.
So obviously they killed both of those at the same time. But it looks like Goblin. And what happened with Goblin? We weren't watching.
Yeah. We weren't watching at all. But we'll find out very soon what's going to be happening here. Yeah, I'm sure production are going to let us know. My goodness, we've seen already an interesting start by Goblin D's Nuts. I think not restarting the dungeon was, I don't know, it wasn't the best start for them, was it?
It wasn't the best start for them, but as you know from our beloved team leader, these are things that can occasionally happen. Getting feared through the map, rolling off the edges, and not resetting dungeons. These are just one of the other things to go to the long list of reasons why we love him and we cherish him so much.
Yeah.
We just need confirmation then of what the hell happened to their run.
Yeah. So we'll find out here really, really quickly who's going to be moving on to the next round, who's going to be in the final. And then we are going to have our second round of teams who are going to be up for it. It's Legacy 30 against our Time Walking community as well, which is really going to be interesting. The two Danes and an idiot. No, that's Zippy's team. Oh, my goodness.
That is Zippy's
misspoke.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. That's going to be good to see. We're getting the times in just a second as we get that 0% alcohol down, Co.
I keep thinking we're transitioned, and I'm just like here quite happily drinking. They quit because Goru won, so it's a 2-0 victory to Food. The lovely Time Walking community did so well, that they quit.
Right. Okay. Wow. Shocked into submission. Absolutely insane. So we have our second round of teams just about to start. We're going to see how they fare. And of course, the final will be played straight after that. So do not go anywhere. I do want to thank our sponsors whilst we wait for our round to begin. Right above me here, we've got Blizzard, who are providing our giveaway today. So be sure to be a part of that. ! Ticket, Raider.io, Safe in Our World, a charity sponsor, and also Zygor. You can be a part of this community right now by heading over to our Discord, discord.gg/Starship EU. Whilst we wait for our teams, Talvi, how did you find Starship? Was it just you played with someone in the community?
An OG.
An OG?
I'm an OG. Yeah,
Okay.
me and Cooper OGs. I was dragged into this by our Lord and Savior, and he was like, because I was... me, Coop, and Adam used to be part of an original guild, and I used to run social media for them as well. And Adam basically said to me, he said, would you like to come and run social media again? And I went, yeah, sure. And the rest is history.
Wow.
I have swapped mains many times. I started on a rogue, then I went to a warlock, but my priest has been my main since TBC, and I always go back to my priest, so... Priests forever, I guess.
Yep, absolutely. Priests forever. As I'm going to pop over here, we're going to see our second round just about to begin. We've got the teams ready to go. Looks like Zippy is preparing his look at that transmog as well. I'm a fan of Zippy's transmog on the right-hand side. You'll see it in just a second. And, of course, Lucario.
Zippy's always stylish. He's the most stylish person we know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then we've got Lucario, who we did hear from earlier with that really cool transmog too. A good wave to the crowd. I do like that. And they're about to begin any second now. Any second. Oh, we've got the buffs coming through from Zippy's team, and they are heading in.
I'm really
Rightio.
excited to see what this Thunder Fury in action to see how much damage that actually does.
Yeah.
Because there is a chance it absolutely smashes, because it just of how the proc works. It's one of those unique ones that isn't, because all of the procs now in the game are like procs per minute, and they won't go further than that. But some of the old ones will just constantly proc. And Thunder Fury is one of those. Crusader Enchant is another one of those. Bone Reaver's Edge is another one that will just you can keep them up basically the whole time, just proc. And these ones are really interesting to have, and they do really special things. I think we're having a bit of a problem contacting Lucario and getting him to start the run. But these are technical problems that we will work out. The longer you stay with us, and we go throughout the night, because obviously these are just small problems that happen. I can see he's jumped into the green room now, so they're going to get counted down.
Yeah.
And we'll start.
Exactly.
In the next minute or so, they're doing their pre-flight checklists here.
The pre-flight. I like that pre-flight checklist. Well, I think it's one interesting thing to note. Looking at these UIs, we have the right-hand side very much like the cockpit, if you will. Zippy has everything available, all the information he needs, ready to rumble as a raid leader he is. And on the left-hand side, we've got that sort of bottom panel which stores all the information. It's just an interesting take on how people like to see the UI and how people like to process information. Talvi, talk about your UI. How do you like to position things? What is sort of the look you want?
My UI has evolved many times over the years. I used to be very much kind of like that whole bottom bar thing. I did that for a really long time through Wrath and Kata and Mop. And then I got really bored of it because it's very restrictive. And now I'm very much of a as little UI as possible. So things like healing, I do click macros. I'm a clicker. I'd say I'm not a keyboard person, and it's generally because I have problems with lefts and rights and coordination. So I always kind of stick to what I know and what I'm really good at. So I use a lot of my mouse binds. I use a lot of like heal, click macros. And that's just generally how I've done it for the longest time, and so that's what I stick with.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. You got to be comfortable with how you play, and you got to execute it well. That's the main thing. Executing whatever you find comfortable with.
Especially when you're a healer, because you know as well as I do, like 5 seconds of you not understanding your UI, you could have killed 5 people.
Yeah, exactly. Got to keep them alive. Keep those health bars up as we are looking at Legacy 30 here. Going on to the first boss, they aren't doing quite the strat of pulling everything together. They're sort of taking one boss down at a time. But, oh no, I could be wrong. What's happening here as they're trying to take down these ads as fast as possible? You're talking about their weapon, Co. Cleveland is just really ripping and tearing on the Fury.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job, but I think they're underestimating their power level here as they've kind of stalled around the first boss and making sure they get him down. I'd be interested to see where Zippy's team is up to. They've done 6% of mobs here, and Zippy's team, I don't know where is Zippy's team.
There they are. They're heading through here. We're going to have a closer look at them right now.
And Zippy's team has done 20% already, and they're already coming up to the second boss around this platform. So they are just absolutely sending it. I don't know if that's a thing of having the Guardian Druid, or maybe the Legacy 30 guys will catch up a bit later as this route comes out, which is really annoying.
Yep.
If you get caught by that, then you are just going to start losing time, and just making sure that the Fallout is actually following him up to the platform here.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things, of course, the Druid can shift to get out of the route, but it's a risk that you probably don't want to take on the Guardian Druid, as you could potentially get one shot and sort of end your run and try and get that good time. But hey, they're my pick of the litter. 2 Danes and an idiot. I think they will do very, very well in this competition. Just in chat, we've had something posted here that we are doing a giveaway. Just to reiterate, if you are new to the chat, !ticket in chat to have an opportunity to win lots and lots of cool prizes. We've got the epic edition of The War Within, as well as the Kata Classic Blazing Upgrade. Oh my goodness, what a name for that. The Blazing Upgrade you could win. That's a value of £140. What's that, $200? $180, round about there?
How about that, yeah.
Crazy stuff. As we are looking at the Druid here with the cool transmog, looking mighty fine as Jenkins. Definitely running through and pulling everything.
Although talking about Mighty Fine, I want to have a look at how Team Thunder, or not Thunder Fury, yeah, Team Thunder Fury and Jackhammers are doing, and what percentage they're 14%. They've taken a different route. I'm interested to see if he turns around and see if he's got any other bosses coming with him, as they are literally just spinning their way through this dungeon here, which I'd be interested to see if it pays off. Maybe it's just a strategy that works better in other dungeons as compared to this one, in which the layouts are a bit different. It's a bit more open. There's a bit more things to pull, a bit more movement. Maybe this one will be better in something like Stratholme, where it's a bit more melee cleave heavy in those tight corridors, and there's not really anywhere for those mobs to run away.
Now, looking at these two teams, do you think, especially going second, do you think they saw the strats of the previous teams and maybe iterated on what they have done going into this, or have they stuck to their guns? Knowing these players, I know we know sort of the two Danes and an Idiot more closely than Legacy 30, but do you stick to what you've practiced, or do you alter it?
I think at this stage of the competition, you probably just back yourself, right? You think, we've done the practice, let's just see what we can do. This is our runs. And then as you get through the competition, as you do it, you maybe get a bit more confident on needs to necessitate you to do things that you haven't planned to do, as we might see coming up from Legacy 30 for the next one, unless they pull out some crazy strategy, because it looks like they're quite some way behind on the percentage here compared to Zippy's team, which I should stop calling Zippy's team. I should call them Danes and an Idiot, really. Otherwise, it will confuse everyone. So that's my bet. What about you? What do you think?
I mean, I think it's practice. If you practice, I don't think there's any use in sort of altering at the last second, unless the alteration is the reason why you win or lose. But I think if you practice this a lot, you'll be able to get a good, decent time, and you're all on the same page. I think we've seen from previous competitions, as well as this, as long as the whole team really knows the plan and they can execute, you can get a good time. Talvi, what about you?
I mean, I was going to say, I would slightly go against what you had just said there, Matt, because if there's like multiple ways of doing a dungeon, surely the best way to do it would be to run both routes of doing that certain dungeon, see which one is the fastest, and then kind of go with that, and then just practice and see how the lowest time you can get. I do agree in the fact that you probably shouldn't change things last minute, because I feel like that's just a disaster waiting to happen. But yeah, no, I feel that if you can find a way that it's the quickest way to get it done, then you should do that, because obviously time is money, as the goblins say.
This is actually turning out to be a bit closer than I thought it was going to be, because it looks like Zippy's team are just over cap percentage. It looks like perhaps Legacy 30 might have split up, and two Danes and Idiot still have two bosses to go, so this might be a lot closer than I was originally thinking. Yeah,
this is such an interesting way of looking at it as well. Of course, we see the percentage and we think, hey, this team's really far behind, but if we're talking about sort of the big brain strat of really calculating exactly what you need and executing it perfectly, those timers and sort of the pull count doesn't really matter too much if you've calculated it down to a T. Potentially on two Danes and an Idiot, they've thought, hey, this is the fastest route to get from boss to boss to boss. We'll just kill all the trash on the way, and I'm sure we'll have count by the end. So I'm curious to see by the end of this, if they've played it close enough to the line, Legacy 30, that they get the good time as well as getting all the pulls.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen strats before where they've kind of split the team and they've gone off in different directions, and it's worked out. But again, I feel like it's a dangerous line almost to be treading.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a dangerous line if you want to split up and send people, because obviously if you do have that death, then you are completely screwed. It's not like you spawn next to the boss, not in these dungeons anyway. From back in the day,
and then of course obviously you've got the massive run back as well. That if you've died and you're very, very far away from the spawn point, then that's obviously wasted time that you've got to spend getting back.
Although we do have a finish him up.
Yep, we have a finish out. I believe it's around 6 minutes-ish, 6 minutes 40 something. So they've come out with a good time. However, that is 2 minutes. Excuse me.
Slower.
That is a lot slower than our previous. What do we think about this? Does one team really just have the monopoly on this dungeon?
It does look like that, although we have to remember as well, if we can get a time finish for Legacy 30, that third place is decided on time. So it looks like they just need the last boss. So third place is decided on the time, because we're not going to have a third place playoff. So you have, if you finish a time here, they will get points, because our beloved community master didn't have a time, right? Because they didn't reset and they didn't finish the dungeon. So they will definitely end up with points for this, which may end up being something very necessary for them at the end. And they're just going to finish this route down, and we'll make sure that they finish up, and we'll just have a bit of a discussion, maybe have a look at their damage numbers, as Cleveland does seem to be, at least at the minute, right up there with those numbers.
Exactly. And especially with those weapons that we're talking about, I can't believe it's cap. It's absolutely crazy how much they're worth. But we are seeing the spin to win as Lucario is heading down the corridor as fast as they can toward the last boss to get themselves a decent time. Of course, this is a best of 3, so they have another opportunity to run at it again. And you're right, time's important. And I'm sure there are many adaptations that they can do heading into the next run. Looking at the DPS here, it does seem like it's monopolized by the monk and the warrior. What do you think about this warlock?
The warlock is definitely an amazing addition, and he'll be there, I think, mainly to do the most damage on the bosses. I'm going to imagine that the strategy is that that route is really annoying, but if you don't have a way out of it, then you're in trouble. But you see that as all of those mobs condense, then you have the warrior start doing huge amounts of damage. But as they start to get killed and as they start to peel away, then you'll see the warlock, who's currently, I have no idea where the warlock is. He's not even registering on the damage meters at the minute. Did he die?
Maybe.
Are they without a warlock here?
Maybe they died. We can't quite see the mini map, but potentially, yeah.
If you look in the corner on the health bars, it says that he's still got health.
Yeah, but
I can't see him, and there's no mobs coming in, so maybe we missed him getting stunned. Because one of these things, that run towards the last boss is just absolutely full of mobs that will root you, which is one of the reasons why I was saying earlier that there is lots of different challenges coming into these events. That this is one of those dungeons where it's roots. Alderman is one of the ones that stuns and silences. Strat is one where it's heavy on diseases, and if you have a way of cleansing it, especially for the huge first pull, then you have a really really nice advantage. But for this one, 100% it's roots, and these guys just don't really have a way out of it. So if you get stuck, especially if you get stuck away from your team, then you're in big trouble, and it looks like we're about to have a time here anyway.
Yeah, we're going to get a time very, very soon. Looks like it's going to be around the 11-minute mark as we are encroaching upon that right now. They do have the full count, the full percentage, which is super, super good. And there we have it, 10 minutes and 50 seconds. The time has come in. Now, that is, I mean, hey, look, these teams, they're quite close within their brackets, it seems. But when they go to this head-to-head final, it's going to be interesting to see if there is a big disparity between sort of those two teams. What do you think, Talvi, these teams need to do as they head into the second game of this best of 3?
I think that they just kind of need to think about the way that they're doing it. So we've seen a lot of kind of cohesion from Zippy's team. They're doing a lot of the same stuff that we're so used to see. See, I've said Zippy's team again. It's your fault, Matt. I blame you. 2 Danes and an idiot. We've seen this before from these guys. They have a set way that they do things, and this is something we almost expect to see from these guys. And it's like I was just saying, you know, we don't want to be pulling strange strategies at this point. We don't want to be splitting off. We don't want to be trying new fancy tricks. It's about speed and it's about efficiency, and I feel that that's what we need to be concentrating on.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think when we watch our Time Walking Communities team play a little bit later in the finals, just here for the food, it'll be interesting to see what their strat was that really bought them all that time. Which is going to be something cool to see, especially in the head-to-head. Now, the teams are prepared. They are ready to go at the dungeon door for the second game of our best of 3. We've given the go-ahead, so they will start in just a second. And we'll see if potentially they can shave some time off. They're about 2 minutes apart, right? So 2 Danes and an idiot are about 2 minutes ahead of them. Let's see if they can make up that time.
Well, you never know what's going to happen, right? Just a death or a mistake. It actually looked like what happened was the warlock got locked out of the dungeon, locked out of the final room. Because
Wow.
after they killed the boss, the door opened, and you
Oh.
presented the warlock, lovely, waiting outside, just like you. What was that? What was that show where that used to be on TV? Where they used to walk out.
Crystal Maze. Was it that?
Yeah, absolutely. It could be Crystal Maze. Yeah, just through
Yeah, I
the
wasn't
smoke.
thinking that. I was thinking blind date, but clearly not.
Wait,
I'm
blind-
too old.
Maybe,
Blind
maybe
date?
blind date as well. Yeah, I think I had something else entirely when I used to come out singing and stuff like this. So maybe there's many different shows. That are like this.
Stars in Their Eyes. That one?
Yes.
Oh yes, that one.
We're really showing age now. Holy
I'm
moly.
going to say, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is just proving how old we are.
Yeah. But hey, it's all good. It's all good. And the two teams are underway. They're heading down toward that first boss, very much neck and neck as the dungeon does begin. Equally here, of course, I want to shout out, we are doing a giveaway. So !ticket in chat, and you'll be able to win yourself some cool swag from Blizzard. You'll also get the game, the Epic Edition, as well as the Kata Blazing Edition, which sounds super, super epic. Again, our sponsors, you can see just above there. We want to thank them all for helping us put this on and being part of this community, the Starship community. In our race to World Worst, we are in our second round of teams. We're looking here at Legacy 30 and, of course, 2 Danes and an Idiot, who, of course, are my favorites. So we'll see if they can pull out a good time here as they head toward the second boss.
Yeah, well, favorites because you play with them the whole time. You are their dedicated healer, are you not? So you have some sort of symbiotic relationship
Maybe.
with your best friend tank over here.
Exactly. I've got to make sure that I still keep getting those potions, right? And those pots from the guild bank.
So it's you who's taking them. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I
Yeah, so
understand.
being in charge of the guild bank, I now know who's taking all of the potions. Oh,
Even when I'm not playing, I log on just to make sure I get my daily quota. Anyway, of course, Legacy 30, I do have to point out that their logo is pretty clean. I do like it. Very, very clean setup there. As both of the teams, I mean, we've got 2 Danes and an Idiot who are slightly ahead of Legacy 30. However, they're quite close. Of course, the first boss is down from Legacy 30, but hey, this is quite neck and neck.
I think they had a bit of a different start time, but yeah, it does seem like Legacy 30 this time have just decided to send it a bit more, which is kind of what we were saying, that needs must, essentially, at this point in time. They want to get back level, and they've just seen the other team. Maybe they've just decided, you know what, we can actually do this. Let's just keep going, just keep pushing, heal up, and let's just go, 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 go. I'm interested as well if we can get a close-up, perhaps. Oh, it looks like they're lost in the dungeon on the right, the 2 Danes and the Idiot. If we can get a close-up of 2 Danes and the Idiot, and the Idiot, and an Idiot, rather, to see the damage numbers, although, yes, they are there. So they're just hidden behind the add-on that we have.
Ah,
there, so
yes.
it's not necessarily the clearest, but it does seem like the Shadow Priest is actually
Yeah, which
on top, and the unholy DK isn't exactly doing too badly either.
No,
No,
and they all seem to be
definitely
doing
not.
pretty well. I do have to point out here that, of course, a priest is on top, which is always the case in the World of Warcraft. But hey, it just is what it is, right? It just is what it is.
Yeah,
I
should
mean,
just
Matt,
remove-
have you ever played a Shadow Priest?
I have. I played one, but and now playing Holy Priest, you know, we do so much damage that we're basically another DPS, so it's all good. I'm sure at some point my Shadow Priest will come out. Maybe in Mists of Pandaria Remix, might see a little bit of Shadow Priest. Have you both been playing it at all?
Yeah, I rolled another priest, surprisingly.
So did I. So did I. Yeah. What about you, Co?
I've been absolutely smashing it. Although I wasn't one of the frog farmers though, so I have to point out
Oh.
I'm unfortunately behind the curve, and the old adage of exploit early, exploit often wasn't followed by me as
Right.
an upstanding member of the WoW community. I didn't do it. Although
But what did you roll, Coop?
something I didn't have. I rolled an unholy death knight.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
You do surprise me.
Yeah, and in the meta where everything's getting like smashed in 10 seconds, I'm all on dot damage. It's not doing too well for me, but never mind.
I'm sure you'll scale and you'll get there. I do want to point out Twitch chat here. Of course, we've not said hello to you very recently. So let's have a look here. Hello to Look at Me. Welcome, first-time chatter. I do want to welcome everyone who is the first time here. If you are lurking, if you're tucked up in bed with your cozy blankie, hello, hello, hello. Also got Rookie here. Multitrack is a big fan of Kitty. A lot of Kitty talk here. So that's cool. So hello to hello to everyone. Of course, Finger Tuppen, Holy Priest. We love Holy Priest here. One day we'll see them in one of these competitions, and that day will be a sweet day.
You've got lots of people saying hello to you. I'm almost jealous. So I will also say hello Twitch chat and see if anyone replies to me. Like you've got all the love.
No, I mean we're all loved. We're all loved.
He's Matt. Everybody loves Matt. I mean, has there been any mentions about your wig?
No mentions of wig yet. I'm going for a haircut soon.
Oh, is that the reason for the hat then?
Yes. Yep. That is a reason. So I'm going for a haircut. So we're covering up for now, and the wig will be transformed into a different type of wig.
I mean, we can't all be like me and be prepared and go for a haircut before the stream.
Yeah, exactly.
We're at the end though, so let's have a look how our Legacy 30 team are doing. And we also have 2 days of the idiot. Right, I need to stop saying the idiot. Jesus. And weirdly accurate though. At the end, it looks like a lot closer this time with Legacy 30 just with the boss to go. 2 Danes and an idiot with some percentage and 2 bosses. So this is really going to be a close one.
Yeah, very, very close as the teams are converging together on this last point of the dungeon, the last minute or so of the dungeon, as we're looking closely here at the 2 Danes and an idiot as they're taking down this boss, the Thermoplug, using that welding beam on Zippy, really not taking much damage though, although he's got down to about 30%, nothing to worry about being a Guardian Druid. They just press their buttons and they get back to full health. There's 75% on the boss as they're taking down this AoE damage very, very quickly. Steam Blast coming out, but this team looks like they'll be just fine. However, I'm looking at the damage meters here, and it looks like the other 2 not in the room.
The other 2 have gone for a different boss, I believe. And
Are
so
they
they're
on the
on
crowd pommeler?
I think they're on the crowd pummeler. 625, you expect them to go down sometime soon. Legacy 30 must be not far behind here.
Yeah, you're right. Legacy 30 definitely not far behind as we zoom in closely to them here. They're on about 6 minutes, 54 seconds. They've won about 3 minutes off their time that they previously hit. Let's see what they can do. I think this time they're going to be more prepared. They're not going to lock that Warlock out, and they're really starting this boss. It's going to be very, very close between these teams. Who do you think is going to take it?
I think the difference here might be the Warlock. This is what I was saying. If you have the single Demonology Warlock in the single target situation, is going to carry their single target damage by quite some way. You see here, he's even beating that Warrior as Thermoplug's getting absolutely destroyed. Maybe we should bring it up side by side. As it's a race here, it looks like they're going to win it as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Legacy 30 have got this.
Absolutely. Legacy 30 now on the last couple of percentage. We're going to zoom in very, very closely to see what they're doing here. 20%. They are AoEing down as much as they can with that spin to win, coming out with some crazy damage. But Cleveland with those 2 massive weapons taking the boss down. And here we have it.
And there it goes.
Oh my goodness. 7 minutes 45. Does this
Remember,
mean...
still got about 10 seconds left.
Yep.
Like on the other one because they started a bit earlier.
Exactly. They started a little bit earlier. We're going to head over here to the head-to-head, see what's going on. Zippy is still working away at that boss, but it looks like it's just really not going to happen for them as they're down to about 30%, but the damage isn't there.
Still not taken down Crowd Pummeler yet either.
No. So they've tried something. It hasn't worked out. Of course, we are going to go to the next game. This is a best of 3, so now it is 1-1 between these 2 teams, and we're going to have a reset very, very soon between them. My goodness, guys, what do we think about what has happened here, and especially the adaptation from Legacy 30, right?
I think at this point, we have to kind of see that on this last boss, you almost need everybody there. I think it almost feels like it's one of those bosses where if you don't have everybody in the room, you are going to struggle. And we saw that with Legacy 30 because they brought the Warlock in, and we watched him literally just melt. Yeah,
exactly. The Warlock really coming in clutch. I know I questioned it in the previous run. I sort of said, hey, why is it here doing no damage? We found out they were locked out the room. Now they're in the room. As you say, they're really just providing all the value they can. Now, I do want to go over here to our team who are finishing off. Zippy's finishing off the boss here. They're down to about a couple of percent, 0.2, 0.1, and there we have it. 8 minutes 58 on the clock for this team. They're going to reset, and it's going to be another head-to-head between the two of them to see who's going to come out on top. Who do you think is going to win between the two after you've seen the two runs?
I don't really know what happened with the Zippy second run. If it was just a thing of just a difficult strategy that just didn't work and it's not going to be able to repeat it, or just something really horrific went wrong for them. So, I mean, if everything goes right for Zippy, then you'd have to go with them. But it looks like Legacy 30 learned a lot over the first run. So it'd be interesting to see how much they learn going from their second to their third.
Yeah, I would say as well that we've seen both teams try to do different strategies, and it's either worked or it's not worked, and they've kind of taken that and gone, oh, okay, let's do it this way. And then we've seen them do it that way, and they go, and you can see almost like the light bulb go on in their head, and they've gone, aha, yes, no, that does work. Let's do it that way next time.
Yeah. Adaptation, so incredibly important, especially in these tournaments of almost endurance, right? This is a quite a long tournament, got 4 maps to play, best of 3s for each map. There is an endurance element and an adaptation element, and we've seen already Legacy 30 have been really quick on the pulse of being able to adapt and push as much as they can. We are having the countdown as they're heading into their next game, and we're going to find out who is going to be victorious between the two teams. And now we have the countdown on screen for us all to see. We've got Lucario on the left. That's Legacy 30's sort of team leader, team forward thinker, community figurehead, interviewee, heading forward here into the dungeon. Don't know where I was going with that. And on the other side, we've got 2 Danes and an idiot with Zippy heading up, spearheading the team. Right. Who is going to take the crown? I really don't know. This is very, very close.
I really think it's 50-50 at this point.
Yeah, it's not even the crown. Remember, this is qualify for the single final. So we've been blessed to have such a good run and such an interesting second map, as it really does look like this time. Legacy 30 have just going to run the entire length of the dungeon with everything. They've decided they're in no danger, and off we go. Yeah,
you're right, and I think they've probably realised from the previous round, hey, the Druid on their own, not enough damage to kill that boss quick enough, so let's slightly adjust. And it looks like they had a quick conversation and they've quickly adapted, which is super good to see. Legacy 30, though, I think they found the route they wanted. They just need to execute it again, and maybe even just a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really stopping them other than just how hard can you press W at this point in time. It looks like they're going to be absolutely okay in terms of keeping themselves healed up with just a Crusader enchant, essentially, just is going to keep them alive and just keep basically spinning your way through this dungeon. It's just now they're looking pretty much neck and neck in terms of positioning, which is making this really interesting. So, as you said, it's just a case of once you probably get to the last boss, is Zippy's team, 2 Danes going to be there quicker to allow them the extra time to beat out that Warlock single target damage or not?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and find out. I'm super, super interested to see what's going to happen here, as they are very, very much neck and neck as they head through here to the second boss, carrying the first boss with them tightly in their arms, as we see the Shadow Priest kicking out those Holy Novas, as well as dotting up everybody and getting that big damage going through. They're using all of their movement abilities to get up this ramp as fast as possible, but it looks like we've got the team on the left, Legacy 30, just pulling that boss a bit faster by like a second or two. This is crazy close.
Yeah, but I'm really interested to see the damage profile breakdown now over both of these, because it looks like 2 Danes and Idiot with the DK and the Shadow Priest are prioritizing single target damage, although I was going to say the boss is about to go down, but that's the first boss. That's not even the second boss up there. So that's the first one down for them, and they're definitely a bit behind here because the Warlock is just, as well as the Fury Warrior, just doing insane single target numbers for characters at this level.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And I do want to point out, someone in chat said, how many tickets can we buy? You can buy up to 10 tickets, I believe, to be entered into the giveaway. Absolutely wild. You can win yourself £140 worth of swag. If I translate that into other currencies, maybe $180, 150 euros. Please stop me. I'm probably all wrong. But you can get these tickets right now in chat as you watch, sit back and relax and watch the game. How's your 0% alcohol going on, Ko? Are you enjoying it still?
It's gone. It's out of here.
My goodness.
Yeah, I don't muck around with these things.
No, clearly not. And these two teams don't muck around either. As we're watching the two teams head through toward the next boss, I think Zip Two Danes and an Idiot are a little bit ahead now, I believe.
Yeah, and we can definitely see as well that both of these teams have taken down both of the first two bosses, so it's very much a head-to-head, let's go kind of situation.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
if we have a look at which characters we can actually see on the screen and who we've split, it does look like you have Zippy and the DK there with the priest out of range, because it's obviously not highlighted in these bars. I assume that's what that
Yeah.
means. So it's interesting what they're going for here as their strat, and if it's going to end in like it did the first time or like it did the second time.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be a lot up for grabs here and a lot to see. And it's interesting, Ko, when you mentioned Crusader enchant. It just floods back memories of playing the game back in the day, popping Crusader on my weapon, or Fiery Enchant was the other one that I know was kicking around. But Crusader Enchant, and also the Thunder Fury on the back of our wonderful Lucario here is just incredible to see as the two teams are pushing through. I do want to zoom in on Toon Danes and an Idiot here, just seeing this damage kicking through and looking at the meters. That Unholy is doing pretty well. I know you pointed that out, Ko.
Yeah, absolutely. I
out-
mean, when you have huge amounts of damage, when you have Epidemic up and they all of the plagues flare up and do damage to everyone else, it really is one of those specs you need a huge pull to benefit from.
Yeah. One of the things I just wanted to point out, and I don't know whether it's me, but we're not seeing any damage done for the priest at all, and they're out of... they're not, obviously not in the room with them, so has something happened? Are the damage meters just not picking up the priest because they're too far away?
I imagine that the priest, because that was the case a while ago, as they're running down the ramp. I think it's probably a case that they picked up the crowd pummeler and they're splitting, killing different bosses. So we'll see again, because they realized last time Zippy doesn't have enough damage to do this all by himself. So I think they bought the extra DPS to split it over. Maybe they comfortably realized they were comfortable having 2 DPS on one boss, and just the Guardian Druid single target damage wasn't enough, as we have the whole team here from Legacy 30 run down, and it's going to be a race to see if they can catch up in time, although they're quite a way away from this boss.
Yeah, but I can see as well that they've also taken down the third boss, so technically they're kind of ahead.
So it's a matter of movement now. If they can get down there, if they have anything left, they're approaching the doors. 50% over here on Two Danes and an Idiot. We don't know what the percentage is for the other boss. We'll find out soon enough. I imagine if they've done it well, it's head-to-head. That's the third boss down.
Oh, this is going to be very close.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is going to be very close, but I do want to zoom in here on Two Danes and an Idiot as they're getting down to 17% on Thermoplug. It looks like they're going to be able to kill it very, very quickly, and they will be able to get a decent time. But Legacy 30, they are quickly on their tail, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough here. As we do flip over and have a look, they're not quite yet in that boss room. I think this might be a win for Two Danes and an Idiot. It looks like it is.
Yeah.
They got it.
Yeah. It was actually not so bad in the end. It was actually pretty comfortable. So that unfortunately then means that Legacy 30 claim third place by having the best time out of the third and fourth out of the 2 remaining teams. They claim third place, which means our single elimination final for this to decide who's won Nomagun will then be between Two Danes and an Idiot and Food, as you christened them earlier.
Exactly. Food. So we're going to see them play in just a moment over here. Now, I do want to point out, we, of course, are playing to have fun, but for some epic prizes, which we're going to see in just a second here. Now, these prizes, they're really, really cool. Who wants to give us a rundown of the prizes? Because they have some fun names, which maybe tell me. Let us know from 3 to 1. What are they playing for today?
Okay, let's go with it. So, third place is 3 Ashadar Harbinger. Harbinger. Oh, wow. That's Cope putting that in my head, that is. Harbinger mounts and 3 Megastraza pets. And then you get the event runner-up Discord role and badge. The second place is 3 War Within heroic editions to win. There's also 3 Ashadar Harbinger mounts, and there's also 3 more Megastraza pets, and also an event runner-up Discord role and badge. And then for the grand prize for the first place winners, we have 3 of the War Within Epic Edition, 3 3-month Zygor Elites, which I'm sorry, but that is an incredible prize just by itself, and I want that. 3 Ashadar Harbinger mounts, 3 Mercastraza pets, and the event winner, Discord role and badge. I mean, I think first place is great, second place is great, and third place is great. So, go for it, guys.
Exactly. We got lots and lots of cool prizes. And of course, you don't just have to watch everyone here win something. You could win something out there today by doing !ticket in chat, and you can enter yourself into the giveaway to win some really cool stuff. Epic edition of the War Within, Cataclysm, Blast Mode, or whatever it was called, Blazing Edition. Oh, holy moly, so many great things. Now, our 2 teams are almost ready to go. We're going to see team 2 Danes and an Idiot against, of course, Foods, who I will christen them Foods. And we're going to head and look at them right now. So let's go into it. They're counting down. Now, who do we think is going to win? Let me get some shout outs from you guys. Co first, which of the teams is top of your list?
Well, just because of the consistent times as well as just how convincing it looks, you'd have to go for Food, right? Although Zippy's team, I mean, they've got a decent time, but it's still 2 minutes off. It's basically a whole 2 minutes. That's an insane amount of time to cut off. We've been told, I think, that they've already started the run, so we're just waiting for the delay from their streams to come through, and I'm super excited to see it. But yeah, I'm gonna, if I had to put money on it, it's definitely gonna be the Time Walking community, or Food as we've called them.
Food. And what about you, Talvi?
I think I have to go with Coop on that one. The timings that Food gave out was just absolutely insane, and as much love as I have for Zippy and his team, I've got to go with Food. It's just I don't see how they can beat those kinds of times.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very, very close. Do you want to give a shout out though to our other contenders who did so epically well, and they'll have their opportunity again in our next dungeons to almost get their revenge on these teams going forward. Now, there is a slight delay between the 2, but that's absolutely fine. We'll be able to see really what's going on and see how they're going to pull. I'm curious to see this time walking route. From Food. I'm curious to see their route and to see how really they got that fast time, because it was blazing fast.
Yeah, it's massively quick, and I'm just really looking forward to it. It was such a weird setup compared to what we've seen previously, but it works so well. Like no one's ever even thought of doing Survival Hunter before, but it just looking at him shooting around the dungeon just makes it look so easy, which is really fascinating from our point of view. As you see the chain lightning spam come out, he's finding the time to plant his feet and get that out, which is an art in itself, especially when you're just running the whole time, and then obviously to catch up. So they've obviously done it incredibly well to get that all sorted. Zippy jumping around, looking backwards, making sure he gets a swipe on everything, making sure he keeps aggro. They're roughly at the same point in the dungeon this time. I think the biggest thing will be how well they can time this split, making sure that they have everything in place to really pump that damage out.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a case of, we know that Zippy's team, 2 Danes and an Idiot, know what they're doing. They know what not to do and what to do, and they know what works and what doesn't work. But we'll be interested to see as what kind of route Food take, and just how well that Survival Hunter is going to cope with some of these, because we've obviously seen him just on his single target, just take down one single boss all by himself. So it'll be interesting to see that again. I mean, and I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but this is kind of making me want to roll a Survival Hunter again, because this is just incredible stuff to see.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a problem on the on the live side of things, as one of the streams has gone a bit crazy, shall we say, but we can still see it, so that's fantastic for us. It's just a bit of a smaller screen for now, and they're moving through the dungeon pretty sharpish, as we see now the Survival Hunter on his now famous route, going on his own, being able to take down that boss with amazing single target damage, which is, I guess, what they've chosen. They've chosen one spec just to go and snipe a boss, or multiple bosses, as the case may be, in dungeons as we go further down the route, as opposed to any sort of I mean, Wildfire Bomb being they have access to it, and I've seen them use it for their AoE, but it's not like it's prioritized AoE damage. It looks like they're definitely gone for the single target assassination, shall we call it, of bosses build.
Yeah, definitely. It's like they're literally like on the same boss, and we're literally watching the boss's health. And at this point, Food appear to be just a little bit more ahead than the other guys. But it's just we're just watching them now, and it's just waiting for them to take the boss down and move on to the next one. But it really does look like Food have so now Food have taken down the second boss, and so we're now on to they're making their way onto the Crowd Pummeler, and they're just going for it. They're literally just going for it.
Absolutely.
So go on. I was gonna say this is amazing consistency.
Yeah, the consistency is insane, as you say, Ko. Sorry, that was stuck in production corner, but here we're back, and it's just incredible to see, as you say, the consistency, but also the delivery of their performance here. They know exactly what they've got to do. They know which buttons to press at the right times. I'm looking at the boss here that Goro's on, and it looks identical to when they first did it. Nothing changes. They keep it the same. They keep it sharp, and they're just doing so well as we're watching them go through. Now, Talvi, you did say, hey, it makes me want to roll a Survival Hunter. It's going to take a little bit more for me to want to roll a Survival Hunter, but hey, maybe by the end of the competition, I'll feel the burning sensation to do that.
Maybe it's just Goro. Maybe he just makes it look so effortless and so easy, like he probably plays a Survival Hunter in his sleep.
Yeah, potentially. As we know, and we mentioned earlier, oh my goodness, we have a time from them already. 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah. That's mad. That's actually mad. I can't, how?
Well, there's definitely one. There's nothing to say other than congratulations to them for getting the 3 points for winning Nomagon with an absolutely insane time of 4 minutes 20, and it's pretty much just the same run. You could have basically recorded the first ones and just played that on repeat.
4 minutes 20. Well, everyone watching at home, we've seen something really special today, and of course we have Food, who have taken first place. They've taken the 3 points. They are heading through as top place seed here. Second place, of course, being TDI, and then third place, I believe, third place?
Third place was Legacy 30.
Legacy 30. So coming in super strong as well. We have more this evening to show you, more to go through, and we're going to head into our second round of dungeons very, very soon. We're going to let the teams know that they can start to prepare for that. Now, second dungeons, Talvi, I know you've got something super, super special prepared for us. Let us know about LBRS, Lower Blackrock Spire.
So, as I referred to it earlier, the dungeon where I always get lost. So Lower Blackrock Spire is part of the Greater Blackrock Spire complex, which is hidden deep within the Blackrock Mountain and inhabited by the members of the Dark Horde, such as orc, forest trolls, and orcs. Inside here, we will also find new inhabitants, the Black Dragonflight, who are led by the son of Deathwing, Nefarian. Only the elite members of the Dark Horde are allowed to live in the upper echelons of Blackrock Spire, leaving the lower parts for the rest. So as you can see here, we've got 3 bosses. So we've got War Master Voon. I believe that's pronounced correctly. I have nothing that tells me otherwise. So during the second war, War Master Voon led a small strike team deep into High Elven territory with the hopes of wiping them out. The Forest Troll joined the Dark Horde with the ambitions of being its chief strategist. He very much sees the Dark Horde as an underdog and enjoys being able to overcome insurmountable odds. He, although, does not believe in Black Hand's ideology. Halcyon, who is a warg. This is actually one of the very first beast bosses that we see in classic dungeons. The only other time we really see one is in the raids such as Molten Core and Naxxramas. Wargs are bred for their fierce ferocity, loyalty, and strength. Over the years, Halcyon created many ferocious offspring, and rumours state that she is a demonic hound that was gifted to rend Black Hand by the Burning Legion. Her mate is Gizrul the Slavener, and we can see her here in the dungeon with her pups, which are guarded by orcs and wargs alike. As you may well know, wargs are a popular beast within the Horde to use as mounts, but I wouldn't want to try my chances with one of her pups. Overlord Wormthalak is our key boss here in Lower Blackrock Spire, and being a black dragon spawn that is very loyal to his master Nefarian, Wormthalak has no time nor patience for the Dark Horde, as he believes them to be a false friend and will happily sacrifice them in the name of his master. The Overlord receives all of his commands from General Drakisath, who we can find in Upper Blackrock Spire.
Nice. Well, hey, we now know the lore behind the dungeon, and we're about to see the teams now tear it down, as we've got Legacy 30 and Goblin D's Nuts. Thank you, Talwi, for that. We appreciate it. And here we have them head to head. It looks like Legacy 30 have found a slightly quicker route, as they've head over the bridge faster than Goblin D's Nuts. It just rolls off the tongue, the name there, Co.
Oh, I mean, many things about that roll off the tongue, but I have to say this route is actually an interesting one. The one thing to note about this dungeon and all of these dungeons that we're doing is we're not going through all of the bosses. So there's only 3 bosses in LBRS that we're doing, and as you know, there's definitely more than 3 bosses.
Gosh,
so it's all about prioritizing the routes. If you want to know more, then you just have to stick around and have a look, because these routes are quite a lot different to the ones that we're going to see after this run, I have to say. Because I know that the Time Walking community, otherwise known as Food and Zippy, are 2 Danes. TDI. Let's call them TDI from now on. 2 Danes and an idiot, which is disturbingly difficult to say live on stream. TDI, which sounds like something you might get diagnosed with. I definitely have a different route entirely.
Yep. But of course, it is not tedious. They are doing really, really well here as they go through. Looking over here at the chat, I do want to check in with Twitch and see how we're getting on. Everyone looks to be having a great time over there in chat. Who's having a good evening? I hope you're doing well. I hope you are snuggled up, nice and cozy, all ready for this evening. To be honest, it's kind of hard to get cozy when it's this hot in England. I don't know about Talvi. I know he's in England as well. It is very, very warm. But these teams are bringing the heat as well. So what do we think about these two? Who do we think is going to take it in the long run? Do you get an inkling from the way it started?
Sorry, you got me again. Who do you think is going to take it? I always think Adam's going to take it. That's just the way he is. No, I would say Legacy 30. They have more experience with this content, although, I mean, it looks like they're just about edging it in terms of the mobs. I know I did it on purpose just for you, baby.
Yeah, I know.
And then it looks like they've also engaged 2 bosses as well, and Goblin only engaged 1. So it looks like, as they're heading out and just dragging everything with them, that they might have the advantage in LBRS.
Yeah, exactly. Looking over again, Norway, super warm, exactly. Fingertupping there, very, very warm on the fingertips. 67, the Grassy says. I'm not sure what 67 means, being a British boy. I assume that's warm. And then someone screamed nuts. So that's good. Now, Goblin D's Nuts, as we're looking here, they are spinning to winning, as they like to do. And of course, our glorious leader is the one doing that, smashing the fists of fury into the back of that mob there, trying to get them down as fast as possible. It looks like they're doing all right, though. I wasn't expecting that this team would come through blazing, but it seems like they are.
They're doing actually a pretty good job. It's also surprising to see double Windwalker, because in my testing, although obviously I bowed to these teams' superior knowledge, it wasn't really up there in terms of a DPS that was doing particularly good damage. It was possibly there for the movement ability, because obviously things to consider while doing these dungeons is not only do you have to kill things a good time, they're also huge. And it's not quite like more modern dungeon design, where perhaps things are a bit more conveniently laid out for you. This kind of stuff really is all over the place, as we look to have some bosses down over on this side of the fence, and I'm sure we'll have a look at the other side in a bit as we have more spinning to win.
Exactly. Lots of spinning to winning. As a tongue twister and a half, spinning to winning. Now, you've mentioned something really interesting there, Ko, and I want to throw this to Talvi. Talking about dungeon design, the more modern style, which is executed for Mythic Plus, being able to push those high keys, as well as, having the stops and the interrupts, the convenience, and sort of being able to deal with all of that. And then the older style, which is more of a typical dungeon. You go into this cave or this area, and everything is just sort of spewed out, and you've got to deal with it. What do you prefer between them, and what do you think adds more value to the player?
I'm really old school, so I really, really prefer the old versions of dungeons purely because you can run them 300 times. And there's a story there that I've told Coop in the past about an ex of mine who did something similar. But I just don't find that they get old and they don't get tired, where I think with Mythic Pluses, I like doing Mythic Pluses, but I find that Mythic Pluses can get very frustrating because you hit the boss wrong, or you take a wrong turn, or somebody dies and then the entire party gets wiped. It just feels like frustration if things don't move slowly and smoothly. Where if you do old dungeons, there's no danger, and you can just run them for fun.
Okay, so you
Although
prefer...
there are definitely some danger in this at the minute. One thing to point out in this LBRS about the bosses is Smolderweb is not one that we've actually chosen. So this is actually coming up to an interesting point in terms of the run mechanics. So Mother Smolderweb, one of these spider bosses, as you'll see on the right side of the screen with Goblin, just next to them, isn't chosen as a boss, so they can skip it. And it's part of the route design here that you should skip it. So each mob counts for exactly the same percentage. Killing a side boss isn't going to do anything for you. They're trying to finish up their bosses here as well. And there's also an interesting mechanic when it comes to Halcyon or Halcyon, or however you want to pronounce it, which is coming up just in a minute. So you'll see these teams will pull lots and lots of the small adds, and not so much of the big ones. The reason is because the percentage is the same for all of the mobs in the dungeon.
Interesting.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Smolderweb is the fact of, and I know obviously it wasn't a boss that we chose for these runs, but it's interesting from a story perspective because she lives basically in the most dungeon parts of this dungeon. The lower parts of the dungeon, that's where I was going. Sorry, my brain literally went on a tangent then. And it said the information that I've got in front of me says that she's a very feared spider because she continues to produce all of these offspring to the point of where even Black Hand's forces fear traveling through her domain just for the sheer amount of spiders that are there.
Yeah, I would also fear it, honestly. Maybe, but arachnophobia mode, and they can all become crabs or lobsters.
To be honest, those crabs look scarier. I don't know why.
I do too.
And crabs is always scary.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's... you've lost me now. I'm all over the place, Ko.
Yes! That's my end game, is putting you off.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Lux says in chat, crabs that have webs, even scarier. Exactly. That is truly scary, especially at that large scale. So looking at these two teams here, we don't really have an inkling of sort of the power between the two until we have that first run, the first time from the teams to see who's going to come out with the good time. And of course, this is a little bit longer than our previous dungeon. So if something goes wrong, you're really against the ropes, right? You're really just out of it almost if you have a death.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we were saying a bit earlier, the challenge of these dungeons has actually worked out quite interesting, that you have some of the shorter ones, especially if you are the time walking community, and then can be done in 4 minutes 20, and you have some of the longer ones, like this one. Although there are skips because it's on multiple levels. If you've chosen the right class, if you have different ways of porting around, then you are in a much better situation. So I'm interested to see if anyone does, for example, the first boss that we have to kill is all the way down the bottom. but then you have the other bosses up top, and there is obviously the platform you could just jump straight across if you wanted to, if anyone does that split and goes that way. And obviously, from a point of view that we've missed, is Halcyon, the wolf boss.
Halcyon.
Once you've killed it, it also spawns a second one, but the second one is not actually on the list, as we have our time here.
Yeah, we do have a time coming through.
Yes, we do.
Legacy 30 coming with a finish here. Super, super good. We're going to get that time validated in just a moment, because I'm not sure what that was, but I think it was around the 10-minute mark, I want to say.
I think so.
Yeah, around about that mark. So super, super good here from Legacy 30. We're going to have a quick check in on Nuts and see how they're getting on. They're still plugging away at the dungeon. Good to see, but we've got the time come through, and they have taken this first round, and then we have the time so close, 10 minutes and 11 seconds.
Very close.
Very, very close. So these two teams will now prepare themselves for round 2. Of course, best of 3. They're looking good. They're looking like they're putting up a very close time, which is good to see. Super competitive. So it really could come down to the wire. Now, who do you think, now seeing the two teams and getting the times, do you think that Legacy 30 just have the edge going into the second game?
I'll let you take this, Talvi.
Entirely sure, to be fair, because obviously we haven't seen much of what Nuts is capable of, because things just didn't go very well for them in No Regon at all. So it'll be interesting to see from their point of view as to how this is going to go. 'Cause I always root for the underdog. I always will, but it would be really nice for them to actually have like a really good run, and we can see from these times that both teams were very, very close. So I think it really can go either way at this point.
Yeah, I agree. It can go either way. I do want to point out before we get into our second run, you can leave today with some swag. Not just our teams, but you the viewer, sitting in bed, lying in bed, watching on your phone, watching on your tablet, watching on your big screen with your popcorn. ! Ticket in chat will enter you into our competition today to win yourself the War Within Epic Edition, so you can get your 3 days early, and also you can get yourself Cataclysm the Blazed Edition. I'm just a fan of that name. What a great name. Good marketing team over there at Blizzard. So we're about to prepare. I believe they're going to count them down very, very soon. Co, you haven't given me your team. Who are we looking at?
Out of these two?
These two.
Out of these two Legacy 30, out of all of them, then I'm super excited to see what happens between Zippy, Jesus, TDI. Between TDI and Food. That's my most exciting matchup of the day so far, especially if it's anything, if the last one was anything to go by. But I think Legacy 30 probably have this one in the bag as well. Definitely just based on gear alone, but it does look like they have a tiny bit of a better grasp of what's going on in this dungeon. There we go. I got there in the end.
Exactly. And I do want to zoom in on Legacy 30 here as we are counting down toward their next run. Thank you to production again. I do want to give them a shout out, actually. They don't get enough love. Our team behind the scenes who are helping us run the event. They are sort of coordinating between all the teams to make sure that we can get this as smooth as possible for you out there, sipping on your 0% or your can of Coke, whatever you've got with you. Maybe a brownie in hand or a bowl of pasta, however you're enjoying this evening. That was so random. Very random things there. So
did you eat pasta and a brownie today? Is that
I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. Maybe I wanted to.
What did you have to eat today? I'm curious.
What did I have to eat today? That's a good question. I had some nuggets, and I had. That's all I've had today, Co. Some nuggets.
Luxury, really.
Yeah.
Spending you time there. Nuggets in the bath or something like that,
yeah.
I imagine.
Yes, I had a wine glass with some water in and some nuggets in the bath. And that's how
I hope you were dunking the nuggets as well.
Oh, I dunked them. Anyway, moving on here, looking at Legacy 30, we've got the spin to win happening as always. Cool transmog with the spin to win. That green sort of hue on the transmog with the green spin, always looking super clean on the monk as we head down the corridor here. Now, I didn't really run this dungeon back in the day, maybe once or twice when leveling, but I don't really remember it all too well. is there anything very scary in this dungeon particularly? I know we talked about our previous dungeon and being rooted could potentially end in your demise. Is there something here that's scary?
See,
Well, you just go on, tell me.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say you probably wouldn't have been in here as a leveling dungeon because generally Lower Blackrock Spire wasn't really attempted until you were really in the end game. Like it's designed for, I think, for either 55 or 56 up to 60. So you generally wouldn't have been here. You're some of the bosses in here hit really hard, and you have to be on your game. You have to know what gear you're using because, like I said, these bosses can hit hard if you don't know what you're doing.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Code. Just really quickly, I had to look over chat. This made me laugh so hard. Fishbowl head said, the meal of a child.
Well, I mean, I agree. I absolutely agree. Nuggets in the bath. I mean, as long as you had your rubby ducky as well.
I was going to call them nuggies as well, but holy moly, that made me laugh.
You've already said blanky like 4 times on stream. I wasn't going to mention that.
That's true.
I mean, we're talking about kid foods, and I pretty much had boiled egg and soldiers for my tea. So
Yeah.
Did you have nuggets and a blankie?
no, because I'm not 6.
Oh, that really made me laugh. Oh, amazing. Sorry, Co. Go for it. What's scary in here?
I'm gonna call you blank on that one.
Yeah.
Well, you've had a perfect example because while we've been talking, for the first time you asked, Lucario's been stunned a couple of times and polymorphed. If you have no way out of it, then it doesn't diminish. You just gotta basically sit there and hope your team doesn't die. But they're not really pulling all of that much to really make that so much of a concern, to be honest with you. So at the minute, because of the amount they're pulling, they're fine. Once you get pulling a really, really large amount, so if you pull the whole of this run up into Smolder Web, and you just decide you're going to pull it around the corner and AoE it down, then it starts to get scary. I think at the minute these teams are perhaps playing it a bit safe. Maybe they have a different strategy as it comes to the final, and they're just keeping an eye on the stream to see how the other team's doing and see
of course
how much they can play.
Agreed. It's like, especially when you get to bosses such as like Halcyon, where, as Coop's already mentioned, you've got your main boss, plus you've got her mate, which is Gizral the Slavener, plus you've got all their pups. So you've got to devise a strategy to obviously, are you going to pull the pups aside? Are you going to AoE them down? Are you going to focus on one? Are you going to split your team and kind of like split everybody? There's so many things that can go wrong with that boss. And I feel like we've got a wipe. We've had a wipe on Legacy 30.
Oh my goodness, the wipe has come through. That's crazy. And we talked about how long the dungeon is, and this is really scary for this team now. Of course, they took round 1, but round 2 potentially could be out of their sights now.
Well, I mean, I have no idea what to say. Goblin tried to do it before. Remember when they didn't have the reset on the first one? So now, but the thing is, where Legacy 30 died, they don't seem to be doing it. They could have jumped down. They could have just jumped down from the beginning, and they would be pretty much where they survived. It was probably the most convenient place to actually die, and they could just have jumped down, and they would have been absolutely fine. But it looks like they're running the entire route all the way back round. Oh no, maybe they just don't know about it.
Yeah.
Maybe are they thinking that if they jump down, they might die again?
There is a way of doing it. There's definitely a way of doing it to jump down. You won't die at all if you jump down, and there's a way to swim out. Mate, I think they just don't know the route, although there is a bit of a jump down there, and yeah. And they're moving forward. They don't seem to have lost too much time. They seem to be pretty much the same amount of percentage, same sort of plays, just tiny bit around the corner perhaps, as Lucario and Cleveland are making their way back up, and they have a massive pull on Goblin, and let's see how they manage this one.
Exactly, and Co, I think we sort of jinx the teams here, sort of saying how difficult this could be and what could kill them, and we had a wipe straight away, almost like the caster curse, if you will. But hey, it happens. They have to deal with it. They do have that first win in their pocket, so they don't need to be too worried or concerned about that. I think they know where they made a mistake and they can adjust. We're looking here at Goblin D's Nuts, and we have the character named Home Wrecker. Has he changed his name?
No, he's been Home Wrecker. Well, it's his monk, right? Remember, it was his demon hunter before. So Home Wrecker being a happily married middle-aged man.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he will agree to the whole middle age.
Yeah, I know he's a bit beyond that now. Yeah, he's a bit beyond middle age. But we have we have a death coming in here. We do have the druid going down, and it looks like the whole team. We've really just cursed them. We've cursed the teams. Oh,
but this is
Oh,
absolutely a perfect thing to show that if you do have the wipe, just release and go again, because you have absolutely no idea what's going to happen, and he just wipes right back again, and now it's all back in Legacy 30's hand. Legacy 30.
Yeah.
Oh my god, have they died as well? Oh no, this is Goblin. I thought you
No, this
switched
is
over.
I'm
I
I was like, oh my god, everyone's dying everywhere.
The problem that I want to point out as well with going through Mother Smolderweb, as we know, is not one of the bosses that we've chosen, but she can stun you, she can poison you, and if you get poisoned and stunned at the same time, it's pretty much sayonara.
Exactly. I completely agree with you. And I'm looking over at chat here, and I think something really pivotal, which we haven't mentioned yet, which is something that we've overlooked. And I know we've spoken about this before. We've got Dietrich saying in chat, it's the UI that made them die. And I do agree that the UI on the right-hand side, who knows if they've got health or not? Who knows? Very much the backwards UI, which we like to point out every competition. And potentially they thought they were full health when they weren't.
I think we should make that our next MDY affix, is just having his UI.
Yeah.
Just importing his UI and trying to use it. And trying to get professional Mythic Plus players to try and use that as their actual UI and see what they can do. I think max they could maybe do a +10 with that UI.
Maybe.
Like that.
Or they just might Alt F4 as they walk into the dungeon. They might do that. So so very interestingly, we've had two of these teams now, both of which have had a wipe, so they're on an even playing field. I wonder if they know. I wonder if they've seen Legacy 30 wipe, and I wonder if Legacy 30 in turn saw the wipe in return from Goblin D's Nuts. So now Legacy 30 really are probably in the lead after that wipe from Goblin, but it does really sort of weigh upon how they can recover. And do you think, Co, that these players in Goblin D's Nuts, do you think they've got the mental to recover, or do you think, hey, their heads will drop, I don't know if they'll get back?
We were actually an interesting point in Legacy 30 over here, because they killed one of the I think they're about to kill one of the wolves that they need, one of the bosses, and now they need to run away because there's going to be a second wolf that comes if they're quick enough, and you can see that boss. Oh, they've pulled him though. This is a boss that you don't actually have to kill. You only need Halcyon. You don't need that one, so they've got an extra one, but they've got the damage to do it, and they also have the time because of the wipe. So now there's gonna take him over to the final boss and set them up.
Oh, but look at that damage.
I was going to say, with the Demonology Warlock damage, maybe it's just better just to kill him. They're going to have they're definitely going to have the percentage, so they're going to maybe overpull slightly. They just weren't quick enough to get away, and I wonder at what point. I wonder at what point. Oh, they're portaling across. Look at this, pro strats. I wonder at what point then our lovely community leader team are at.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look over at Goblin D's Nuts, as they are so generously called. Heading forward here, they look like they're on a very similar part of the map, Telby.
Yes, I would definitely agree with that. Sorry, I was literally just reading about Gizral the Slavener. But we're at a point now where it's kind of like who's gonna get there first. I mean, we can see obviously that it appears that Goblin D's Nuts are still needing to kill Halcyon. So it looks like the other team may be a little bit more ahead than we thought that they were. So it's I mean, and I just wanted to point out as well to Coop that Gizral the Slavener is actually automatically summoned upon the death of Halcyon. So you don't have to kill him, but he might chase you, so you might have to kill him no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're quick enough, you can run away. But we do have a death.
We do have a death. Goblin has gone down. But I do want to quickly point out in chat a big thank you to Lux, who has given 5 gifted subs to the community. So if you've got one of those subs, do say thank you to Lux. Thank you, Lux. We do appreciate you very, very much. And of course, Lux is one of our mods and also behind the scenes helping us organize everything. And we do appreciate everything that they do over there. So thank you, Lux. We do appreciate that. There's a new drinking game that someone has come out with in chat. Every time we say Goblin D's nuts.
30.
Yep, we have another finish here. Yeah. Legacy 30 has come in with another great time. I think it looks very similar to their previous time. And I think Goblin D's nuts, that's really it for them for now. As we come back to us here, they've done it. They've gone through to the next round, Legacy 30. They've really sort of pulled it out, and I really do think that they are a contender, sort of to take potentially the whole thing if they can stand up to our other team, Food. What do you guys think?
I would definitely agree. I mean, we came into this, and I did think that maybe the 2 strongest teams would be Legacy 30 and Food, generally because of this is the kind of content that they're so used to running, and so they've obviously got a very strong background in running these kinds of dungeons. So I think those are the 2 teams to really beat, but I would love to see I wanted to say Zippy's team then. Two Danes and an Idiot. I'd love to see them do really well as well. And of course, going back to what I was saying, I love to root for the underdog. So, Goblin D's nuts. Come on, guys. We know you can do this.
Yep. And of course, we did mention if we do say Goblin D's nuts, grab yourself a shot and have a wonderful evening. So as we're all wrapped up in our blankies, eating our nuggies, we are going to watch our next game very, very soon. I believe the teams are queued up. They're being counted down. We're going to zoom in and look at them. Of course, we've got Food and we've got 2 Danes and an Idiot. But of course, they will try not to play like idiots. They will try to play like champions and they will try and win this. But of course, they're stacked. They're stacked against it with Food coming in really strong, winning the last round in Nomragon. Did I get it right? Is that good?
Correct.
There we go, in Nomragon. So, what are we thinking here? Are we thinking Food are going to take it, or do 2 Danes have a way to come back in?
I think 2 Danes, especially if they have a good route, they're going to have a way back in. But I'm really curious why no one's just jumping down. Maybe one of these teams is actually going to do it, just going to send it straight down. I don't think they really need the percentage, but they're going to go across the bridge, I think, because you can find the percentages later on. There are places to do it. Tested it myself. I know the some of the strats in here and what you can do. I'm interested that these teams all decided to do something that I thought maybe wouldn't be the most optional, but then again, I'm not in this competition, so perhaps they know a lot better than I do. As we see, actually, look straight away over on the right hand side. Look where he is already. He did the jump straight across. As I said, they went for the split. He's at the Scorpions. And remember, these Scorpions that everyone else has avoided so far, they're in the tiny nook and cranny to the side. 1% per mob. Look how easy they are to kill.
Yeah.
Or half a percentage, sorry, in LBRs this time.
It's really interesting to see. And as I say, teams like Food and Legacy 30 almost have the upper hand in these kinds of dungeons because they've run them so many times. They're like you, Coop. They know the strats, they know where to go and what to kill and what to avoid. And I mean, not that I'm saying that the other teams don't, but it's these guys have got plenty of practice. So
this is going to be the really interesting point as Goro goes down a bit low health, but obviously he's got the pet there to help out, but he's got a couple more mobs than maybe he was bargaining on. It's a bit more than Ilnomergan, so he's 20-30%, but he's stabilizing now. He's probably got some potions around as well to make sure he's okay. He's made sure the pet's got aggro and well protected. And it's going down super quick as we saw the Survival Hunter single target damage. We'll have a look at what time they get on Voon as well, because obviously we said before Voon is the boss down below. Halcyon and Wormthalak are the ones up top, and they're approaching 50% already on the mobs, and one of their bosses down. Zippy goes down super low as well.
And there he goes. There goes that boss. It's amazing. Was that the hunter again on that boss?
Yep, was the hunter coming through. Really, really
Oh, my
clutch, killing it
goodness,
very, very
so
quickly.
good.
As the next boss comes through there, as they take it down as fast as possible, that big wolf, as they're destroying it. But of course, Zippy's side, the two Danes and an idiot, they are also chugging their way through the dungeon, doing as much as they can to get through as quickly as they can. Of course, the comps are different, right? They're different on both sides here. We're getting flavors of all sorts of things. That Shadow Priest coming through on the left, and then on the right, we've got that survival hunter showing us what they can do. I think it's really interesting that no matter what comp you take, as long as you play it efficiently, you can get some good times.
Although it does look like there's a bit of a misunderstanding, because they've also gone for the second wolf, which is not part of the first one. I don't know if that maybe there's some sort of misunderstanding, but I mean, as far as I know, this shouldn't have any effect on them. It's just extra mobs, and doesn't seem to be a problem. He could probably take a couple more if he wanted to, and still have some damage to spare. Zippy's gone down.
Oh no, unfortunately we do have a Zippy going down, but we've known from our previous runs, you don't know what's going to happen on the other side. What if Food also have a wipe? Anything could happen, right? It's probably unlikely, but anything could happen.
Yeah, you're not gonna bank on Goryu having a wipe here, as you saw the jump came out the perfect time. The trap came up behind him. He knows when to hit this turtle. He's gonna go for a huge pull here. I wonder if he's gonna try and get them all up top and kite them down, or if he's gonna go for the boss.
Looks exactly what he's gonna do.
Oh, he's feigned at the top.
Oh, fantastic work.
Or did he? I'm not quite sure if he feigned or what. I mean, he definitely managed to bug them out somehow, but he's going to manage to kill them down here. And I don't know what Zippy's team is doing. Maybe Zippy's team has decided that this run is over for them, or if they're going to keep going. But they've got quite a lot of time to make up as they're dropping back down towards the first boss now. It doesn't look like the first boss is even down for them, though they're already at pretty much 50% on the mob timer, on the mob percentage, sorry. And he's taking a lot of damage again, but making sure that he uses all those cooldowns to keep him nice and healthy as he moves through this gauntlet.
Yep, exactly. Strong gauntlet play from this team. I'm going to head back to the head-to-head here as we see the two teams running. Of course, we've got the team on the right-hand side, Food, who are doing this split strat, which they like to do a lot. We've seen them in previous dungeons previous events, do this. They like to split up and do multiple things at the same time, and it works out really well for them. But they do optimize.
That's the boss down for Food.
Yeah, they've got one more to do plus some percentage. So they've got who they've got left. They've got Wormthlark left. Or who have they got left? As he dies to go back. Oh my goodness, he's got all of the strats. He's got all of them sorted. He's going to jump over again. Look at this.
Oh. Do you know what he used then? The Goblin Racial. Goblin Superior Race.
Yeah, disengage and Goblin Racial to get back across. Oh my goodness, he's got this all sorted out. I wonder what he's going to do now as he feigns again. Oh, it's so good to see this level of play come out here. He goes down towards Smolder Web and to finish up percentage, I would imagine.
Yeah,
is that the only thing that's left for them?
Absolutely, finish up percentage. And of course, I want to let you all know that you could win something tonight and you could finish up a winner. ! Ticket in chat. Get yourself into our giveaway. You could win yourself a copy of the next expansion, The War Within, the Epic Edition, though, to get yourself that 3 days early. And then on the flip side, you could also win the Cataclysm Blazing Edition, which sounds super, super epic. So ! Ticket in chat. Oh my goodness, the heat has got to me. I can't speak tonight, it seems. So we are going through the dungeon here. Food against two Danes and an idiot. They are trying to get the first win of this round and see if they can get the upper hand in the best of three. It's going to be close. Looks like Food have the edge, though, as we've got a survival hunter going very, very low here, but looks like they will use everything they can to stay alive. We have the stun coming through. Unfortunately, they're down to about 10%. They do have cooldowns, though. Of course, hunters over time have got tankier and tankier, and it looks like they'll be just fine using their pet and getting their health up here.
Yeah, this is a really good run. It looks like they're really close to finishing. It kind of almost looks like he soloed the whole thing. From our point
There
of
we
view.
go. We've got time.
And there we are. We're going to have a look at Food here at 6 minutes 37. They've done a really, really clean time there, and they have finished, I believe, our victors. We're going to have a quick look over here. And yes, our other team are still going on at 7 minutes 15. So these two teams, well, they did go head to head, and we found out a winner of this first round, which is super, super cool to see. Of course, Food are just really taking this competition by storm. I wasn't expecting this, I think, level, but they've really shown us that, time walking into this sort of event, they can do it all.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done fantastically well. And just as a point coming up, if you would like to participate in these sorts of events, then we will have more coming up. If you want to join our Discord, you will see more about it. We also have in development an add-on that will be linked to a leaderboard on our website for these type of runs, which we will expand. So if you want to take part in this, but you don't have necessarily the time to sit down and join us lovely people, cast and let us cast you, then you will have time, hopefully, to enter some runs on the scoreboard, and we'll see what happens with that. So head over to our Discord and our website, of course, as well, as it's going out in Twitch chat, and see you over there, hopefully.
Yeah, there's many, many ways to connect. And I think that's something wonderful about the community and all the communities we've partnered with, the Time Walking community, Legacy 30. There are so many ways for you to be able to play and engage with the game, and that's super, super cool. We're going to be hearing from the Time Walking community very, very soon after our next game, the winner of the best of three. I shouldn't say our next game. We may have a win from our other team. Of course, anything can happen, but those teams are just getting ready now for the next round, and production is going to let us know when they are good to go, and then we'll head into it. Now, it is fun, in fact, seeing these dungeons again after so long of not playing them. They bring back so many memories of leveling and things like this. If you two were in this competition, what sort of class race combo would you be running, and would you be doing anything different than these teams are? Let's start with Telvi.
I'd be playing Holy Paladin because it's one of the classes that I know really, really well. And when it comes to dungeons like, say, Stratholme, you're really at an advantage, especially for things like the diseases and magic and things like that. So it's really, really good for stuff like that. And generally as well, either Holy Paladin or Protection Paladin, one of the two. I couldn't really decide which, but I just generally find like Paladins are great for stuff like this. Paladins are really good in things like Lower Blackrock Spire as well, because lots of mobs, especially if you're playing Protection Paladin, you're very tanky, you can take a lot of knocks. And you can also damage quite a bit as well. So yeah, kind of like either Holy or Protection Paladin, I think I would probably choose.
Okay, and as we're about to get into this next run, Ko, what would you play and why?
I do exactly the same as Gori, just better, obviously. I have no chance of doing what he would do. I would choose Boomkin. I think Boomkin from our testing was incredibly powerful. Not only do you have the really strong single target as you would get from a Demology Warlock, but you also have the ability, if you can control it, to AoE everything down in the dungeon / pull it all through walls and all of this, right? Which is, in this type of event, not necessarily so much of a negative. You can just make sure you get everything pulled and get it taken down as quickly as possible. I think the reason that more people didn't consider Boomkin is because we have a limit of one class, so you can't just stack 3 druids. Two teams have obviously gone with the Guardian Druid, or Resto, or also Druid, because of the amount that it gives you, as well as having you can go into the quick movement, you can go into all sorts of things, and as well as you get the nice healer scaling, as well.
Especially a healer that can put their healing out their hots and then go into cat form and deal that incredible damage, so they can do sort of multiple things, which is why we're seeing them so high on the ladder on live, right, in M+. So it's really something to look at here. I do want to point out before we head into our next run, above me we have our collabs and also the people who are partnering with us. Of course, Blizzard, who are providing the prizes. Blizzard, who are providing the giveaway prizes for today. Of course, you can be involved! !Ticket. We also have Raider.io, who are partnering with us. We're very, very fortunate to have them on board. So thank you, Raider.io. And Safe in Our World, our charity sponsor. We've raised over £300 now for them. It's absolutely amazing how giving everyone's been. And of course, Cygor, who of course, have partnered with us. We've got some prizes that we're going to give out to winners. The Zygor 3 months, of course, for the first place is so massive. So thank you to them. And of course, down below, discord.gg/Starship EU is where you can find out everything about us, as Ko said a little bit earlier. Right, we're getting confirmation in just a moment about our teams. And then we're going to see how they're going. They have started, so we're going to head straight into the action, which is fun to see. But it looks like we've had that feigned death come through from survival so that they could get through into this first room. Absolutely insane from them again.
Well, they're going to have an even quicker time. If he's taken note that you only have to kill one of these wolves, you don't have to kill the second one as well, then it would be basically at the end boss already. Or maybe it's just a case of that he's trying to get his feigned death off cooldown, so he may as well kill something, etc., etc. Right? Maybe that's what he's thinking, and really making use of his cooldowns, not only in an individual case-by-case basis, but spacing them out through the dungeon as you would do normally if you're planning a Mythic Plus route. So let's see what happens here as one of them goes down. But I think he's gonna.
He's trying.
Go for the second one.
He's trying.
He's just gone straight for it. He's
Okay.
decided, no, I'm going to go straight for you rather than wait for you to come to me.
Yes,
that's the
I
kind
really
of
like.
play.
I really like that adaptation, though. You're saving 4 or 5 seconds, but that could be vital in the long run. Really meeting the mob there is a really good thing, I think. So cool adaptation, cool way that they've decided to change things up here. Talvi, talk to me about 2 Danes and an idiot. What do they have to do to catch food up here, or can they catch them up?
I don't know. Can they? I think I would love to see them catch up. I mean, we all know, we've all run with Zippy. We know what he's capable of. We know he plays a really, really good Guardian Druid. But are they capable of pulling back the kind of times that we need them to pull back to compete with food? I mean, I guess we just watch this space.
Yeah, exactly. Watch this space as these 2 teams are taking up all the space in the dungeon, as we have a disengage over the top here, and also the speed up as we are looking. Well, let's look directly at food here as we're watching this survival hunter make their way straight through. We've got that speed up into the DR so that they can make their way through the mobs without taking too much damage. And I'm sure we're going to have a feigned death coming out in just a second. There it is.
Look at the time they have as well.
Absolutely wild.
No, absolutely wild indeed.
Yeah, insane stuff as this survival is tearing through. It's just such an interesting choice to go with survival, and I think it's something that people need to take note of, especially going forward into other competitions, that, you know, picks like this, which aren't normal. I mean, let's be honest, in on live, these aren't normal picks, right? You don't really see a survival hunter, but for this it's strong.
It's absolutely the beauty of this kind of content, and one of the reasons that we do it. Although it does look like he's pulled a couple more. He's got the trap already planned out for it happening. Oh my god, I love every second of this. But the other picks that people might be able to choose in terms of doing this sort of stuff is obviously rogues. We banned stealth skips of mobs entirely, but feigning isn't a stealth skip at the end of the day, let's be honest. So there are different ways of doing it. Obviously, with a goblin jump, that's just.
I mean, it's the best
level.
racial in the game, so you know.
Well, definitely, if you're doing LBRS, it definitely looks like the best racial in the game. But I love the ability to disengage, turn back around, use the rocket boots as well, or the other way, the goblin rocket jump the other way around. It's just like such an interesting use, and just how mobile he is as well through these dungeons. Great to watch. And like, obviously, this is where he's gonna die in order to get to the most optimal place he possibly can, which is a really nice strat. And we're going to see what we was just talking about.
There it is.
I think.
Perfectly
there
done.
it is. That's beautiful.
One trap going
It's
down.
such a good racial.
Oh, it is. It's amazing. But looks like. Oh, he got the feign death off.
Nice. He's got the feign off already. No, he's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Just casually turning nameplates on and off. Like, who really needs to pay attention? Right, let's have a look at Zippy's team. They're actually almost finished on percentage, a lot further in percentage terms. Although it doesn't. Have they got the bosses down though? That's the real question. It looks like they're still at the bottom in. Oh no, they're right, almost at the end. Oh my goodness, I thought they were the gauntlet.
I also think they've had deaths. Co. I think they've had deaths because if you look at the buff tracker, there's no stamina buff and there's no Mark of the Wild on 2 of them. So potentially they had a death, which caused them to have buffs taken off, which I think is quite interesting.
Yeah, it was a very, very good spot by you. I can tell by your raiding Mythic. And that's absolutely reasons like that. You have a keen eye on all of these things. Although perhaps we can go to side as things are really getting to the edge now as one of the bosses down. So they must have the second one pulled with them and they can pull it all the way to the end. So it's just a case of can they cleave everything down before there's one boss left on food as well as a bit of a percentage. So we're kind of at the same point for both of them. This is kind of the adaptation that we were talking about earlier. It needs must, and let's have a look here. Close side by side as things are getting really, really close to the wire now.
Exactly. Very, very close. These teams are at a knife's edge. It could go either way. Food, of course, probably in the lead as we do see the Survival Hunter going low down to about 10%. But we've seen this before. We've seen this play from them. He knows exactly what he's doing. He gets down to that health and he laughs because he's got, hey, I've still got 10%. You haven't killed me yet. I'm unkillable. And it looks like it truly is unkillable as we do look at them taking down these spiders. Oh, my goodness. And there we have it. We have a time from Food. Crazy stuff. 6 minutes and 23 seconds. They will be going through to the final as we have the two teams head to head very, very soon here. What do we think of this? What do we think of Food and just their run so far? They're just so incredible.
Go on, tell me.
It's just incredible, isn't it? The times that they're able to pull. I don't want to be crude, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that with my eyes closed. Or it's crazy. It's literally just mind blowing. Like some of the things that we're watching these guys do. The hunter alone, just watching him just solo bosses just with ease. Then they don't even look like they're struggling. It just. Like I said, it feels like he plays Survival Hunter in his sleep. That's the only way I can think about it.
Exactly. Survival Hunter in your sleep. And if anyone else there in chat is listening and you're a Survival Hunter, tell us about how amazing survival is. I think it needs to be shouted out a little bit more because, hey, I've not really seen one around.
There's some kind of like weird secret that we don't know about.
That's what they're all about, the Time Walking community. They find out all these special and unique ways of playing the game, and we'll have an interview with them and a chat with them after the break coming into the second half. But it looks like they're slowly getting ready to have the final now, and the final is obviously going to be between those beautiful people that we just saw on the Survival Hunter with Food and Legacy 30, our two favorites coming to the competition, going head to head in just a straight one map face off to claim the crown of LBRS.
Exactly. And what does that say about the Starship community? We need to shape up because, hey, Legacy 30 and we've got the Time Walking community have come in here and really just taken it by storm, which is super cool to see. Our partnering communities having a great time in these dungeons and coming away with potentially some prizes here. Of course, anything can happen. This is leading up to half time here. We're going to have a very, very short break, but we're going to come back with some cool information from our Time Walking community, our current leaders of the tournament. They're going to talk to us a little bit about what they're doing. But the teams are zoning in. They're getting prepared. They're getting ready. And we're going to see something fun. Now, I have something to ask you all before we begin. Legacy 30, they just saw what happened. They saw this Survival Hunter doing survival things. Do you think to yourself, oh, what are we going to do? Or do you think, no, we've got a strong strategy in place. Let's just execute it as best we can?
Well,
Yeah.
I know pre-event that the Time Walking community, or Food as we call them, were having some issues with the consistency of the runs, but you wouldn't know that from today. They've just been they've been basically copy paste sorts of runs of incredibly quick times. So I mean, I think you've just got to pray, don't you? Really.
Yeah, pray. But hey, anything could truly happen. This is the world of Warcraft, of course, and over the years, many interesting things have happened within the game. So we can see something interesting happen here, I'm sure, as the teams are beginning. Legacy 30 have gone off to a strong start, but I'm sure Food are going to take off very, very soon here. Now, I want to have a look at their logo just quickly. Food's logo. We've got a keyboard, some pizza. Does this look like a Saturday night, your Saturday nights, or? Because it looks very familiar to me.
It doesn't really look like my Saturday nights. I cook most nights, and
Okay.
the rest of that. So no, not for me. Despite the T-shirt that I am currently wearing saying snack time. Yeah, I try to eat healthy. I don't dunk my nuggets into wine.
Okay. Yeah. What about you, Talvi? How are you? That looks like pepperoni. Are you a pepperoni pizza eater?
No, I'm not. I ate a full veggie pizza the other day, and it was absolutely glorious. I'm very much with Coop on this one. If I've got an option, I prefer to eat healthily. I do like pizza, but I've learned to make my own, and I find it's much better than any takeaway pizza. So.
Yes,
Okay.
it's just you, Matt.
Yeah. I mean, with my nuggies in the bath. Oh, we've got a death.
Oh,
from
no!
Was that a tactical death? I think not. Right. This is.
No, it's full damage as well. Unfortunately,
no.
I think he got hit as he was falling, and the combination of the two just took him out of the race for now. So we've really got to hope that, from their point of view, that the Time Walking community do have a death, and also pineapple on the pizza for the win. Just saying.
Pineapple
Yeah,
on
I'd
the
agree
pizza
with
for a
them.
win. That is absolutely
Yeah.
wild stuff. But hey, if you like it, you like it, right? There's yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, don't come at me, Mr. Nuggets over there, about me having pineapple on pizza.
I pour my heart to you all, all 200 of you, and
I
You
hate
can-
to
you
say
bought-
it, Matt,
yeah,
but
but you don't then get to be judgmental about me having pineapple on pizza afterwards. I mean,
and I'm
one
with
or the
Coop
other.
on this one, and I hate to say it, but there's 3 of us here, and me and Coop are on the same team, so it's 2 against 1.
chat, I need your help. I need your help. Look, sometimes you got to have some nuggies, right? Pineapple pizza is God tier, someone says. Actually, our
Thank
glorious
you.
leader said. I do like pineapple on pizza, all right? I do. I just don't regularly get it, you know? Zippy as well. Pineapple pizza, good. Homemade pizza is best. I even put
Yes,
chili
agreed.
oil.
It's literally just you. You were like, but we probably should have a look at what's going on in the game.
Yeah, exactly. So sorry, I do have to look at this comment really quickly. White grapes with peanut butter, salad cream, and mashed potato.
Oh, this is Adam, isn't it? He's been harking on about this all week.
Anchovy pizza. You're all wild. Yeah, G-kick. Chat's going off. Let's zone in then. Let's zone in at the teams here as we've got Food on the left and Legacy 30 on the right. Of course, we've got another death, unfortunately, coming out from
Oh my gosh.
Lucario. To be honest, I think they're probably just throwing everything at the wall. They know that the run is probably cooked and not well. More well done, right? It's all falling apart, burnt. But they can come back on round 2, and that's the beauty of what we've done in this event this time, is that you do have that second time to come round and try and fix your mistakes.
I find really interesting is that Food. It's like we were saying. It almost feels like copy paste. They're constantly doing the same thing. We watched them kill Halcyon. They took the same route. He's gone to take the Hunter. He's used Turtle, and he's feigned and got rid of all the ads. And now he's on the boss. And it's just they're doing the same. And it's that consistency that I was talking about. That they almost feel like they need to have on these kind of runs to make these good times.
Yeah.
Just as a point you were saying on the second round, this is the final. This is best of 1. There's
Oh,
nothing
this
else. They threw everything. They threw everything at the wall because they knew they needed to take some time off, and they just weren't able to do it. They gave it a good go, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. Because
Yeah.
we had our glorious leaders team already, did we not?
Exactly, we did, and oh my goodness, it's just everything is. I mean, these teams are putting everything into it. It's almost like every run they do is like a final, right? So it's good to keep that in mind that they're pushing with everything they can. They got a polymorph coming out though, double polymorph, and unfortunately, it's another death. Oh,
Yeah, they're really just trying to push basically limit testing because they know.
Oh, and then
the
we've also
time
had a
is gonna
death
be
on
so good.
Food as well, although that might be a reset.
Yeah, he's just copy pasting the run. This is like exactly
Yeah.
the same every single time. Same
Yeah.
point, camera setup, everything working. To that mob, he knows it will be fine. There goes the trap. Just everything is absolutely on point. This one was actually slightly better than the last time he got that. He didn't even get anywhere near down low, as we remember last time he got to 20 or 30%. This time he's absolutely perfectly healthy, and everything looks like it's going to go well for him. I don't imagine there's not another death there. He found that I was watching him fall down on the right hand side, thought he was going to plummet to his death, but he managed to successfully keep his health bar above 0, although I'll hand back over to you as it gets pretty low.
yeah, exactly. Very, very low here. And of course, we've got another death coming through. It is unfortunate, but they are throwing everything at the wall. They're throwing everything within them. But there's something to note here. And I think it's really important that we do sort of talk about this with the audience. And we had Lucario talk about this earlier. Of course, they're playing for prizes, but of course, they're also having fun. And it's something that we need to remember here, that these teams are having just a blast heading through the dungeons. They may be behind, they may be, not doing as well as they wanted to, but they're having fun together. And that's the main thing about this event. Now, I'm looking over in chat here. We've got lots of people doing !ticket. Do make sure you put yourself in the giveaway. Lots of free things to win, which is super, super cool. We've got a whole bunch of people watching, cozy in bed with their blankies. Do make sure, get on your phone, get on the stream, !ticket. Do make sure you're part of that. And there we have some coming through. Now, it looks like Food have taken probably the first 2 maps. We're going to go to a halftime break very, very shortly. Do you think they come back strong, or are they sort of going to be thinking, there it is, that's the one. They've won. They've done it. What do we think?
I think this is amazing. It's just so consistent. Absolutely so beautifully consistent.
Yeah.
It's just kind of the level of play that you want to see. It's just seeing things that you just didn't really expect.
Yeah, exactly.
To see this level of preparation, taking it to the next level of things that you like. It's nice to see like the big pulls and just running through the dungeon, but to see like the finesse as well as the brute force is what makes it beautiful.
Exactly. Now we're going to go to a very short break. We're going to be coming back at very, very soon, in 4 minutes, actually. So it gives you enough time to head to the toilet, grab yourself a drink. We're going to come back with an interview with our time walking community, and then we're going to finish up with the second half of our competition to see who will finish as the Race to World Worst champion and take home the crown and the prize. So for now, goodbye from us, but we'll see you in a couple of minutes. See ya.
The Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.
Level your characters, make lots of gold, and accomplish more in World of Warcraft with Zygor Guides. Our guides are unique in that they use a custom guide viewer add-on to display things right inside the game. Every guide is presented in an easy-to-follow, step-by-step format that tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, which quests to accept, how to complete quest objectives, and more, all in the most efficient manner to get more done in less time. Since the guides are in-game, they can dynamically detect your progress, update in real time, and automatically skip forward as you complete steps. Finding your way around couldn't be easier thanks to our custom waypoint arrow that works like an in-game GPS, generating the fastest directions to your next location, factoring in every method of travel, including flight paths, items, portals, and more. You'll no longer find yourself wondering where to go or what to do next ever again. The guides also include numerous additional features to speed things up even more, like auto-accepting and turning in quests, highlighting the best quest rewards, notifying you when you have new gear upgrades, pointing where you need to fly to on your map, auto-selling gray items, and more. We offer guides for virtually every aspect of the game, including leveling, dungeons, dailies, professions, collectibles, and achievements. Discover all the latest content with our new Featured section, which showcases all the new guides added in every patch and expansion with detailed explanations on how it all works. Or search our entire collection to find a guide for almost anything you want to do. All of our guides have been fully updated for Dragonflight, and new content is being added all the time. Sign up for Zygor Elite and gain instant access to our full suite of guides for both retail and classic WoW for one low monthly fee. As part of Zygor Elite, you'll receive ongoing weekly updates for new patches, future expansions, and seasonal events, as well as general fixes and improvements to make sure all content stays current and well optimized for any changes Blizzard makes. Take your gaming to the next level with Zygor Guides.
Come fly with me, let's fly away. Come fly with me, let's fly, let's fly. Pack up, let's fly away.
Who took the bomb?
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Race to World Worst. You're seeing something very, very special in just a second here. We've had a little bit of a technical difficulty. We'll be back in just a moment.
The Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment.
Okay, we're back. We're back from all our technical difficulties. We got the rat out of the back of the machine. I think they were trying to eat the cables or something. But we're here, and we're with Kirana, who's part of the Time Walking community, and is going to share something with us about the community. And we're just really interested to hear what you got to say today. So, welcome, first of all. How are you doing this evening? How's everything going?
Hello, hi. Thank you very much for having me. We're really enjoying the event. We weren't really sure if we had the knowledge base for being able to compete in this, but it's going decently so far, I'd say. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, we're super happy to have you with us and doing so well. So talk us through what you've got to share with us today, and I'm sure we'll interject at some point and ask you some questions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so of course I'm Karana. I am one of the moderators and contributors for the Time Walking Discord. We of course love time walking and the things you can do in there, and I kind of want to present that for everyone so you know what it's all about. Time walking in quite a lot of ways is the exact same and the exact opposite of twinking. So as many of the people here probably are aware, being watching a twink competition, a classic twink is typically a low level character that does its utmost to get the highest eye level items as possible. You generally want eye level because that gives you the most stats. And what that does is it lets us do things like flying through 5-man dungeons in a team of 3. We Time Walkers also get weird old gear to be really powerful. But while a low-level twink is generally limited by which items are available and how many talents they have. In Time Walking, we have all the talents. There's no reason not to be max level, and we have a bunch of borrowed power from old expansions as well. So a really simple example I have here is here's one of our community members with a level 45 twink in some decent 45 gear, and same character in this is technically more like mage tower gear.
Yeah.
Because you don't have much borrowed power at this level. But as you see, the eye levels are generally lower. There's a lot of sockets. It's not necessarily about sockets, but a lot of the best items do have them. The belt only has 1, even though it could have had 3. And the whole thing sort of becomes about, instead of getting max stacks by having the max eye level, you go for max stacks by having the highest quality of eye level. Because when your eye level gets scaled down anyway, it doesn't matter how high it was before. It's how much is on it once scaled down. And what that means is that unlike twinking, which generally is entirely locked to the items that are available at a high level for its bracket, like here, You see this character has a bunch of items from Antorus and Legion Legendaries, as well as a few extra really strong trinkets. The Mage Tower Time Walking gear set has items from all over, and that means the pool of things you can play with is incredibly big.
Right.
And I wanted to show, as a bit of an entry-level example, a Mage Tower kill. This is one of our community members. He does guides for every single Mage Tower fight in just regular Dragonflight gear.
Wow.
Obviously, you don't need anything special to do this. And this is him as enhancement in the fight. I promise, his gear is very average. He has some consumables, but nothing crazy.
Yep.
And he's using recommended talents for it. And what you're going to see is, because his gear is very average and sort of what the game is meant to have, his damage is also going to be as expected. In Time Walking and Mage Tower, we get scaled down to a really low eye level. So the stuff we're using in the event here tonight is generally lots of raid gear and a few dungeon pieces. The eye level you get to have in Time Walking is a lower eye level than the dungeon pieces we wear here in the Twink event. So as you see here, as he's trying to do this fight, he's going to do this fight. He's even doing commentary and a guide over it. His gear power isn't very high, and this effectively makes the Mage Tower the fight that's a challenge it's meant to be. This will probably take a few minutes, but we can sort of talk about it. I don't know how much you know about Time Walking.
Yes.
Of course, here.
Sorry,
One
go.
of the things that would be good is if anyone has questions in chat while we have Kirana on, to send the questions as well, because I know Mage Tower is something that lots of people kind of really want to do, but maybe have been put off by stories of how difficult they were in the past or something like this. But I know that your community, as well as being Time Walking in terms of the raids, which obviously we've had you on before and you've done some crazy things, is also really helping people with Mage Tower, and I'm really interested to see what comes up next. I know the plan, and I want to see what happens when someone has insane gear for this. But what would you say for someone who's getting started? Let's say they have just basic gear, and they know the class reasonably well. How long would you think it takes them to complete a Mage Tower challenge?
Well, if they know the class relatively well, and if they know to buy a few consumables, an hour at most. A few of them are kind of hard if you don't have just a bit of gear, but you never need a lot of gear. I think the really cool thing about especially Time Walking is it's tuned to be very, very forgiving. So it's available for anyone, and you never need to go all out to participate. So you can basically do what you enjoy. If you think, some trinket that spawns a bunch of extra beasts to join you on a hunter is cool, you could just go for it, because it's such an open space to do whatever you think is cool. We in the community, especially us that sort of run things and do a theory crafting, think big numbers are cool. So obviously that's what we mainly focus on, and what's maybe the most interesting thing to show off. But really, it's a blank canvas where you can do anything you want. We do also do recommendations for Mage Tower. I think, if anything, I'd recommend watching one of Dean's videos here. He really does a lot of very lovely commentary, taking you through the entire fight. You can see he's taking some damage, he's keeping himself alive and handling the mechanics. And then we also have recommendations for just a few really high value, low effort items that can up your power a lot. He's intentionally not using them here to sort of prove a point. But yeah, if you do that, most challenges are very, very doable.
We're getting some questions that come through to you. So someone said, "What class is the highest DPS in Time Walking? I heard Shadow is OP."
Yeah, Shadow is absolutely abysmal. No offense, it's not doing very well at the moment. The best is probably Fury Warrior in extremely short fights, but all of Fury Warrior, Fire Mage, Enhancement Shaman, as we're seeing now, and I'm going to be showcasing in a second, and Feral Druid recently has been popping off in our community. All very good. And you can see here about now, he finished the fight. This took him just about 4 minutes. And in comparison, if we have someone in full, this is full Mage Tower gear. This is me. Of course, in actual time walking, we have additional borrow power, which is generally more powerful than what we get to play with here. But it still gets the point across very well that instead of just stacking eye level in typical twinking, we're looking throughout the entire game to find the very best items and the very best consumables to really pump.
What are you looking forward to something specific in the War Within then to really increase your power level, or is that still all to be decided?
I mean, I generally main enhancement in this content. I really like raids and split for it, and Stormbringer is looking great. You can see here I'm about to pull the fight, and the pace will be something along the lines of this.
Oh my goodness. Look at the buff bar at the top as well.
Yeah, I'm bringing everything. And we're coming up on 15 seconds, and the fight's over. This really is the key of the difference between regular gear and time walking gear, and the benefit you get from being able to effectively pick anything. I wouldn't generally recommend this if you want to do this fight quickly. It's way quicker to just get in there, as you saw the other guy could do it with no gear. Trust me, I spent more than 4 minutes farming for this gear. I wanted to show sort of what can happen, and here a server loves doing Illidan for some reason. Joins groups. Here's a part of 28 people. Where this is server, he's the resto shaman on my team tonight. In 20 seconds, he has done 21k DPS. There's another regular gear. I checked this guy's pretty average gear. He's done a bit over 1k DPS. And for this is phase 1 of Illidan, and compared to the whole raid, things are looking sort of like this. And really, these are just normal people. Some of them will be good and will have proper raid gear and whatnot. Some of them will be mid. Time walking is, of course, content that's meant to be for everyone. But by stacking everything and getting the very powerful borrow power, you can do stuff like Kingsbane being a spell that does 117k DPS, damage, and that's about the same as the top 2 other people combined with just his Kingsbane.
So if people are playing MOP Remix and getting a taste for being massively overpowered and want to do it not only for a short 3-month spell but throughout all of the game, Mage Tower and Time Walking, then absolutely you've got all of the guides, not just for Shaman and Rogue, but there's huge guides, massive spreadsheets that you've put hours and hours, well more than hours, weeks probably, weeks into.
We have some absolute nerds. Here you see Goro, who's also on my team tonight, putting together and so much testing and checking numbers to find the very best options, and doing our best to make it clear what you want to look for and what makes an item good, and sort of displaying the cream of the crop. This is the sort of thing that lets a lot of DPS specs solo dungeons in 5 minutes, just outrunning the tank and everyone else, no problem.
It's really interesting to do. I've spent quite a bit of time and effort gearing up my Fury Warrior, and I've submitted a time, as you saw previously on the time.
I did,
Discord. Yeah. I was completely embarrassed by everyone else's time, smashing me out the water. It's not only, but if you're thinking about joining, I absolutely encourage you to get over towards the Time Walking Discord. It's not only about gearing and asking those interesting questions, it's also about the routes, and absolutely you have a scoreboard, which I am nowhere to be seen on.
I can't see your name anywhere.
You're definitely here somewhere, but I don't know which dungeon you did.
I don't know if your spreadsheet goes that you can scroll down that far. Maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe it does.
We can scroll.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, keep scrolling.
We have raids as well.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Here.
One day, one day you'll be up there.
Me and you will be there.
Yeah,
you will be there.
We'll be shining stars.
I don't think we'll ever beat Goru and Karana and stuff.
No, just not happening. No. But this is all just so amazing to see, and it's really cool, all the work you've all put into it, and I think it really is a testament to the community that you've built as well, with all these names we can see on the list, that so many people have been a part of it.
Absolutely. The Discord server is I think over 11,000, and there are so many people here that just enjoy playing together and really want to help. So anyone that wants to come in and has questions, and like I said, time walking really is for everyone. There's a lot of content in the game, like Mythic Plus and such, where it's a little scary. You feel like you need to be super optimal. You can do whatever you want and come join, and we would always love to have you.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for this. We really appreciate you taking the time to explain everything. And as always in chat, I'm sure we're going to be spamming the link for the time walking community. Do be sure to click on that and be a part of it and be a part of their events. Do you have anything coming up that you want to shout out?
Ironically, not a ton. We just a week ago we did this raid race with a community called Starship. It was really cool. Where we went into 10-man raids with teams of 4 and did a very similar thing to tonight and raced that. It was so much fun as well. And again, we had teams that weren't absolute giga nerds that still came and did really well.
Yeah, I just want to.
Sorry, just quickly. I don't know if you've seen. I was having a look around. I think at Gora's YouTube, and those videos. We were all amazed that they're doing it with 4 people. I'm pretty sure Gora did it with 2.
Yes, Gora and Server, my other 2 team members tonight. We are the nerds, no doubt about it. They have they have 2 men every time walking raid, which scales down to a 10-man effectively. And
maybe that would be the next race if we have multiple, like 5 hours to spare.
that would be a bit more limiting than 4 men. Let's put it like that. But absolutely is doable, and it's a testament to just how powerful you can get when you have everything to play with. It's just incredibly fun and interesting.
Yeah. But hey, you've come over here to Starship. You're taking all the prizes. I hope you are enjoying them.
Well, there's a couple rounds left. I think we can still lose.
Yeah, maybe. But you're putting up some really strong things tonight, which is cool to see. I think it's amazing for everyone to be able to be watching this sort of play and these strats that you're coming out with. It's just really cool.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Well, do you have any last final words you'd like to say to the viewers out there?
Yeah, by all means, come join along. Do not let you be deceived by the fact that Goro, Server, and I are doing the way we are tonight. We are the main theory crafters in the community. We spent way more hours in the game than anyone reasonably should. Anyone's welcome. Anyone will perform. Don't worry about it.
Awesome. Yeah.
As we know from last time, EU and NA, because we have had the purity of Patrick in the Firelands one, all around lovely guy who's into all sorts of stuff I am as well. So yeah, whoever you are, wherever you're based, Time Walking community will absolutely help you out. Mage Tower, Time Walking, just being massively overpowered and having a laugh at the same time.
Yeah. Well, thank you again, and I'm going to let you go back to your team now as you prepare for the next round, the next dungeon we're going to do, and we're going to head on over and grab the crew back together as we're going to have a quick look at the prizes before we head into the next stage. So we'll say our goodbyes now. See you later.
Right, thank you very much for having me.
No problem. Rightio. So let's have a look at these prizes. Absolutely wild. I think we've got Talvi back with us. Talvi, are you there?
We do.
Talvi.
I am.
So, because I don't want to butcher the names, talk to me about these.
Give me the job to butcher them instead.
So, what are these mounts and pets we're going to get? What are those names?
So I will be completely honest. I haven't actually had a look at the Ashadar Harbinger mount. It's something I keep looking into because we've mentioned it so many times tonight. And in my brain, I just keep going, oh, that sounds really interesting. I'm going to have to go look at that. I obviously can't win it, but, anybody who doesn't want their mount, hey ho, I'm your gal. The Merkerstrauser pet, I actually have. It's a Murloc version of Alex Strauser. So one of the things that I like to collect in game is actually the Murloc pets. So for a long time, you could only get the Murlocs through attending BlizzCon, either with a virtual ticket or going in person. So I used to buy the virtual tickets religiously, so I have quite a few of the Murloc pets. So I have things like the StarCraft one and Sylvanas one and various other ones. So when this came up, I was just like, yes, I'm going to get on that.
Awesome. Well, of course, Talvi, you have let us know about the dungeons before we've gone into them.
Certainly will.
What we're going to do here is our teams are actually ready to go. So whilst we begin the first run, please, Talvi, explain the dungeon to us and sort of everything that Stratholm is about as we go into it.
Of course, yeah, no worries. So Stratholme is a former bastion of humanity, now mixed with undead and corrupted humans alike. Stratholme is a place of despair and death. As we all know, Arthas decided that humans living within Stratholme needed to be purged, and therefore he cleared out the city. As a city divided into two sides, the living side and the dead side, this is a dungeon of two halves. Once upon a time, this dungeon would flow from side to side, but now it has a distinct invisible wall between the two different parts of Stratholme. Inside this dungeon, we will see many kinds of different mobs from living to undead, and it will be interesting as to see how quickly they're able to take down these bosses. So we've got 4 bosses. Hang on, no, 1, 2, 3. Nope, sorry. 4, yeah, 1, 2, can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 bosses. So the first one we've got is Timmy the Cruel. So Timmy the Cruel was once referred to as Timison. He was vicious on the field of battle. Some speculate that this viciousness and cruelty stemmed from the abuse that he received as a child from those looking after him. It, although, is not stated as to whether these people were his parents. As Timison has now been raised as a crusty, musty, undead ghoul, his memories are now shattered and corrupted, leaving him to once answer to a name that he once despised, Timmy. Then we have Commander Malor, who was once a courageous warrior that risked everything to protect the Scarlet Crusade from being destroyed by the undead. Unfortunately for him, they failed in their task. He was then corrupted by Balnazar, who is a Dreadlord, and we will see him later on, into becoming one of his servants and transforming the powerful zealot into a mockery of his former self. Willie's Hopebreaker. Once again, Balnazar took great pleasure turning one of the members of the Scarlet Crusade into an unrecognizable version of themselves. He leveraged the Cannon's master's destructive capabilities on death and even named his prized minion Hopebreaker. The Dreadlord relished that he had twisted Willie and other Scarlet members into his unwitting pawns. We've got Instructor Galford. In life, he took great pride in looking and caring after the Scarlet's most prized documents. Unfortunately, as he lay dying, he watched in horror as his precious tomes were burnt before his very eyes. Balnazar then used that memory to imbue his servant with the fiery power that ravaged Galford in his life. And then we have, finally, yours truly, Balnazar. As we have already discussed, Balnazar is a Dreadlord, and we know never to trust a Dreadlord. He has never tasted true death, but he has tasted defeat many times over. After the Cataclysm rocked Azeroth, he proceeded to slaughter the Scarlet Crusade en masse and transformed them into undead creatures that they once hated. He now continues with bigger and greater plans to take these plans outside of Stratholme and to take over the rest of Azeroth.
Okay, and that was a lovely little lore summary of what we have going on, and now we just have the actual gameplay to go through, which is a lot less interesting right now than the lore, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot happening on screen, but hey, they're running the motions at the moment. They're heading through Stratholme as quickly as they can. We've got Legacy 30 against Goblin D's Nuts in the race to World Worst. Of course, these teams are trying to get those valuable points to finish in the top 3. We've got a solid first place at the moment, but we'll see what will happen as we go through to the next stages of the competition. We do have a bit of a shout out here. We're not going to be entering Alderman this evening, as the teams are just going to be finishing off now on Stratholme. Of course, a great place to finish off the evening. Do make sure you hit !ticket in chat to enter our giveaway to win loads of goodies. That's going to be happening after our 2 best of 3s in our final. So make sure that you're in that competition to win free things. Who doesn't like free things, eh? So here we are. Now, Stratholme, such an interesting place. I quite have fond memories of this place. I did farm it a lot, definitely leveling. What about you two? Do you have any memories of here? Did anything happen that you stands in your head?
Yes,
nothing happened in Stratholme, right? Nothing ever.
Yeah, everything stays in Stratholme.
Yeah, no, I've got a really terrible memory in Strathholm. I used to be with a guy who was who was hell bent on getting the mount from Lord Rivendare back in the day. He doesn't drop it anymore because they've obviously changed Strathholm now. But he would literally, back when you could go from one side of the dungeon to the other without having to stop and go outside and go through the other gate, he would literally start, run the whole dungeon, clear it, take down the boss, go outside, reset it, do it again, and he did this constantly for almost 8 days straight. The amount eventually dropped, but I had to question his sanity after about day 3, and I was like, it's not going to drop, and he was like, no, it will, and it did eventually. But 8 days of purely farming Strathholm. His coop once said to me, was he insane? And I says, well, if he wasn't, then he certainly was afterwards, because, well, who wouldn't be?
Yeah.
It's enough to send anyone insane trying to get those drops. Although, as I found out, in terms of getting those drops, Alex, or Morlock in our community, is the luckiest man I've ever seen in my life. Because I know he was thinking about joining this tournament, or at least the score leaderboard thing that we were planning to do as well. And when I was running dungeons with him, everything would drop with the tertiary. He was honestly the luckiest man I've ever seen in my life.
Have either of you guys managed to get the mount?
No.
Ah.
Although I don't want to farm it because I'm just not crazy.
Yeah, I'm not really a mount farm. I'm not really oh, we've had a death on Legacy 30. Let's zoom into this and see what happens here. We've got Legacy 30 with Lucario falling over, unfortunately. But of course, this is just one of best of 3. So they do have the opportunity to be able to tighten things up, maybe shift some cooldowns around. But it looks like Cleveland as well, with those 2 max level weapons, or max priced weapons, is doing pretty well as well. So looking okay for Thirsty 30. Thirsty 30? Legacy 30.
That's your favourite type of person, isn't it?
Holy moly. Who knows where that came from? Maybe Goblin D's Nuts, as we'll have a look over there and see how they're getting on as well.
It's a Freudian slip. I think that's
Yeah.
cool. Although we turned away from them at an interesting point, as they use the Warlock portal to get through the gate. To stop those mice or whatever they are from coming out.
Rats.
Although, as we said before, that every mob counts as a percentage. Right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those interesting things. I got Rivendare first time. Oh my goodness, what the hell?
Wow.
Oh,
but
God.
I still think that Legacy 30 have a good chance of this, but I heard you like Goblin D's Nuts, Matt.
Yeah, apparently so. I do want to point out the name here, Stoinky Doinky. I'm just a fan. So yeah, got to be lucky. You're lucky with that name, I assume. So heading over to Goblin D's Nuts, they are doing pretty well here, heading down this corridor, as we all know and love, and we're going to head through here. Oh, did you see the Druid fly? Crazy stuff.
Nice.
As Nuts did get into the...
Flight form in dungeons, confirmed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolute confirmation. But as I was saying, I'm not a big fan of the transmogs and the mounts and things like that. I'm not one of those. I'm more of a use a toy and look like a pirate, and then goblin jump everywhere. But we're here on Balnazar, taking the boss down very quickly here. It's down to about 90%. But they did fall asleep. They did get the cleanse off, so purify, so we're all good to go.
One of the things to look out for on this boss is there is a mind control that you have to be careful of. As well, if you look at the percentage that they have, they're pretty far behind on percentage, so I guess they're going to run out, and there are mobs on the way back, so the instance changed as here comes the mind control. I wonder what's going to happen here. It looks like everyone's going to stay relatively healthy with the fear as well, but everyone's kept up. Obviously, if we were in a dungeon together, we would kill each other, but even in the tournament, most likely. As the boss is going to go down, but they're still going to have about 10% left.
Yep, exactly. 10% left of trash to go. They did fall asleep, but it's okay. They're going to kill the boss very, very quickly. I do want to head over to the head-to-head here just to see between the 2 teams what we're looking at. We see, of course, as you said, Co, the trash is about 10% needed on the right-hand side for Goblin, all these nuts. But we've got Legacy 30 over on the left, who, very similarly, they obviously had the death, which caused them to slow down a little bit, but they have a lot of trash to get through to finish this dungeon.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting things about it's not 1%, not quite 1% per mob. But every dungeon has been tuned by us to require you to have a slightly different approach. Sometimes that approach can just be literally boss to boss. Sometimes you have to pull more, and it will encourage you to obviously get those mobs. But that puts you in a situation where you might get stunned, or you might get locked out with your spells, or whatever the case may be. But you're going to see here now. these mobs are really going to go down pretty quickly, and this is going to
Yeah.
be first round to Goblin. I would assume, unless something goes horrifically wrong.
It is.
There's a time.
Which I think is really interesting as we come back to us here. I think it's very, very interesting how they won this, right? Because Legacy 30 has been in a final today, and I don't think Goblin These Nuts has been in a final. So they're really taking points off each other, which I think is very interesting. So not every dungeon, not every team is performing the same with different combinations. Do you think more now of this team, Goblin, now seeing them win this map? Do you think there's something there, some longevity in potentially winning this round?
Are they going to tell me?
Yeah, no, possibly. I mean, maybe it goes back to the fact of Stratholme is one of those dungeons that everybody can say that they've run, everybody can say that they've run a lot, and everybody's got really fond memories of it. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's the fact that they've just run it so much and they know it almost from memory. Whereas the other two dungeons may be a little bit harder. They've had to kind of like use come up with creation of strats and like think about the ways that they're going to do things, where obviously everybody's got their own strat of dealing with Stratholme. So it's like you follow one on the internet or you come up with your own, but everybody's got their own way of dealing with it. And so many people have run this so many times that maybe this is what we're looking at. Maybe we're looking at a situation where they're doing this from memory and they go, oh, we know how to do this. We know what this boss does. We know where this boss is. We know how to get here really quickly. And maybe that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I do want to sort of decipher what you just said then. You're saying Goblin D's Nuts average age is higher, so they've ran it more times, and they don't need to be creative. They can just run the dungeon. But that's absolutely fine. We'll clip it, ship it, put it in a bag. Co, what about you? How do you think? Why do you think they took this map off? I was going to say Thirsty 30 again, off Legacy 30.
I mean, you're just renaming the whole community to mean something completely different. It was a bit surprising that they did it, but good on them. They've clearly, as you said, age before beauty and all of this. But in terms of someone that's asking in the chat for scores, so Food, otherwise known as a Time Walking Community, have 6 points. TDI, or Two Danes and Idiot, have 3, Legacy 30 have 3, and Goblin have currently 0, which is why I say it's slightly surprising, because they have not registered at all.
Yeah, that's so interesting, because if they win this,
first round.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool to see, though. It's good to see that there is some competition around that second, third spot. We're going to see that play out in very soon. Very soon here, as the teams are preparing to head into the next round. We're going to get confirmation very soon. The teams are preparing themselves. They're getting themselves ready, maybe make themselves look good with some transmog, potentially. Grab yourself some fish, some deviate fish. Did you guys used to fish deviate fish, or did you just buy it from the auction house? What was the strat?
Oh, I was a fisher. I like fishing. It's one of those things that I like to do when I've got nothing else to do in game, so I'll just sit there and I'll fish. Especially like if there's one of the things that I used to do is I used to be guild master back in the day, so it was my job almost to fill a lot of the guild bank. So I would do the fishing and I would put the food in there for everybody to use. But yeah, deviant fish is also a really good seller on the auction house. So for as you've just mentioned, for lazy people who could not be bothered to fish it,
Whoa.
and you would push it.
Being called out, that's crazy. Sorry, carry on.
And you would put it on and it would make money, but it's there was many things in this part of the game that made a lot of money. I mean, one thing that's still used is things like Noggin Fogger. It's crazy how much money it still makes, and it's still really, really popular.
I still have 1,000 in my bag. But no, this is super right that, you got the lazy people like me and then the creators like yourself putting it out for everyone. I do want to touch base with Twitch chat as we're about to start the next round. Hello to everyone. If you're new to this community, if you're new to our stream, our event, hello. I'm Matty. We've got Talvi and also Co over there. We are running the Race to World Worst, a competition where teams battle out in best of threes to see who can run these dungeons the fastest, and we're finding teams are doing all sorts of creative things to get through. ! Ticket in chat, get yourself in our giveaway, win some cool swag from Blizzard. Lots of fun things to see about that.
Remember, you can get more than one.
Yes, you can get I did 2. actually. I was naughty.
Up to 10, I believe. It's also, if you have more channel points, you have more entries. So you get interacting.
Yeah, interacting for sure. Also, a big shout out to all the cheerleaders in chat. We've got lots of Goblin D's Nuts fans, lots of Kitty fans. I see Finger Tuppen. How do you get more than one? Channel points. Keep watching, get yourself some points. I'm sure by the end of this, you'll get yourself another ticket. The teams are away, so let's transition over there and have a look at what they're up to. So, of course, Goblin All These Nuts did take the first map, and we've got the Legacy 30 trailing behind, but by no means out of the competition.
Yeah, they're doing pretty great here. Although I really want to say Thirsty 30 as well. What are you doing to me? Legacy 30, absolutely, it's got everyone just round the corner, spin to win, and they're doing a fantastic job here. Cleaner than last time. I want to see if they have their skip again. It seems like they've just got the warrior going off and bringing them all back to this corner of death and destruction and all emo things like that. But they are a bit slow, though, I would say, in terms of actually progressing through the dungeon. Perhaps that's just one of the things about their comp that maybe not as survivable as someone like the Time Walking community with the Brewmaster, where they can really pretty much survive anything and move through the dungeons.
You're right. There is this sort of class-specific ways of doing things. I do want to comment on what you mentioned. They have put their strat through the washing machine. It's a lot cleaner this time. It's a lot more fresh, and it seems like they're doing pretty well. Hopefully the death won't come through from Legacy 30. But of course, Goblin D's Nuts and doing the strat that they did previously, it looks pretty much identical. And we talked about this earlier. I know Talwi mentioned this. The teams that do well can execute the same thing time and time again. Sorry, Legacy 30 coming with another death, unfortunately. It looks like it was about the same place as well, Talvi.
Yeah, I mean, it's this thing again, isn't it, that we were seeing a lot in Lower Blackrock Spire of them trying the same thing, like obviously like Time Walking community do, but then unfortunately kind of like almost dying in the same place over and over. I mean, there's a saying for that, isn't there? It's insanity to keep doing the same thing and expect a different result, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, this team, they'll try again and they'll try and knock down these mobs as fast as possible. Of course, they are now against the clock and they are against their other their other competition to try and get this done as fast as possible. I don't know what's happening this evening. I think it's getting warmer in England and my speech is getting worse.
He's making up words as we go. It's beautiful. Yeah. Opportune, otherwise known as competition.
Yeah, just the opportune. Anyway, so talk to me about Goblin D's Nuts and as they're progressing here. Do you think their strat, is quite solid? They did pretty well. Are they just going to do the same thing, right?
I'm really happy you didn't hang me out to dry there would talk to me about Goblin D's Nuts, because I had nothing in my head. You would have got me back.
Oh no.
I was like, please don't end the sentence there. No, the strat is really good. And they're just consistency. It's the same sort of thing that we saw from TDI, which is the having the tank and just progressing through slowly, which is something that Legacy 30 aren't going to be able to do because they don't have a tank and they don't have a healer, which is a different kind of strategy, which is probably why you have the Windwalker dying, because the Fury Warrior, the only way you're really going to get all the aggro is just by doing more damage and just by doing obviously more threat, but tanks have a much easier time with that, given all the reworks to threat through the history of WoW, and you're not really going to lose any threat as that tank. But as you see going through here, you're starting to see high threat warnings coming out on the Windwalker screen, which are not getting on the Windwalker screen on the right for us on Goblin, but you are getting it on the left. And especially if you get rooted away from your team and you have that aggro, then you might end up in a bit of a bad time if you don't have something like a Crusader enchant to keep you nice and healthy.
Yeah, that Crusader enchant gives me good feelings, fuzzy feelings, and my cozy blankie, my nuggies. Just a shout out to everyone in chat today. If you are, hey, let me know how you're watching the stream today. I would really like to know. Are you in the bath? Are you in bed? Are you lying down on the sofa? Are you cozied up with a blanket? Are you gobbling down some brownies? What are you doing today to watch the stream? I would like to know. Maybe you're drinking a 0% beer or even a 10%. Do let us know. Do you have a drink in hand?
Tea.
You had tea? Okay. What about you, Ko? You still on the 0%? You had another one?
No, I finished that hours ago, and I'm just completely sober. Just riding this out as it should be. Just excited for the teams. I'm getting high on level 30 content.
Oh my goodness. And talking about riding it out, Goblin D's Nuts are doing very, very well as they continue forward. Probably, I think, a good, I don't know, minute or two in the lead. The death hasn't come through on their team, but they're doing very, very well. And this is our leaders team, our, Lord and Savior Control, doing super, super well here.
Said with the appropriate amount of surprise.
Yeah, very much so. Coming into this dungeon, all hope was lost, but they found it somehow.
Yeah.
No, they're doing great. They put in a lot of time and effort into it. They've put in a lot of thought into the strats. I know they've been having a look, doing a bit of research on the Legacy 30 guys as well to see what strats they're running. But we have a look here. So pulling out mobs around the corner, doing those corner pulls. Here comes the polys, and this is what we were saying before. You pull enough mobs, you're guaranteed to get CC'd somewhere.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
the benefit they have, which Legacy 30 don't have, is they have a tank and healer, which smooths out static field totem and goes out double stun, nice and controlled, which they don't have on Legacy 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
Sorry, go
I was
for it,
about to
Toby.
say that. Yeah, what I was about to say is that a group I used to run with back when at the end of Classic, when you used to be a really hard dungeon, because this was pretty much like the first step before you went up into the raids. So this was like some of the places where you would collect your gear, and I used to run with a team where I was playing Holy Priest back then, because Disc Priest wasn't worth a damn, and I was playing Holy Priest, and I used to run with a Protection Paladin, and having the Paladin Priest combination in this dungeon was just chef's kiss. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
We have some people drinking mimosas while
Yeah.
watching us. What a life. What a life.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's it.
I do want to go through here, and lots of people have mentioned what they're up to. We've got here Stoinky Doinky doing the remix achievements. Super, super good there. We've got someone leveling characters while watching, eating on the couch with Pepsi Max. That sounds so nice and funky. We've got, of course, as you mentioned, the mimosas while catching up on remix, and laundry after the highlight. Very sensible. You don't seem like a WoW gamer, but hey, you need to be sensible sometimes. So super, super good. People are doing it differently. Phone on couch. I do like that one. I sometimes do that. I lie down on the couch, grab my iPad, and just watch away with my
What are you
nuggies.
watching? Yeah, what are you watching on the couch with your That's what I want.
Normal things like streams and
That's not-
stuff.
Yeah, they're still not describing much. I think we should have a look at the other team, and because we're getting close to the end now.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
5% left, on always pretty close. It's
Yeah.
pretty
Oh,
close.
yeah.
Very, very close here as we've got Legacy 30 and Goblin D's Nuts really just pushing as much as they can. Of course, this is for a place in the finals of this map as we are in Stratholme, and they're just spinning to win. Both teams. It's good to see.
I love Matty eating his nuggies while watching CBBS.
In the bath with my bubbles and my duck. And
Yeah. I
So
think
we-
if
we need
nothing else, I think this means that we need to.
commission someone to draw that for us.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think we need to find out a way to send Matt lots of rubber ducks in the post as well.
You know, I don't have a
Someone
bath.
else?
Sorry, go for it.
Oh, I mean, you can sit under the shower with it. It's all good for
Exactly.
us.
Yeah, I do regularly
so-
sit on the shower floor and cry. No, sorry, go on.
Let's have a look how these teams are doing.
Yeah.
As we're on the last pass here, Balnazar, and it looks like Legacy 30 are pushing them close to the end, but Balnazar is almost down. Here comes the fear. The mind control's already been got through. It looks like the Shaman has managed to range any of the CC, which is a fantastic little thing to work out, although they're not pulling him away. It's got slept again. Oh, they're going to be hating me for this. I've already heard them
Balnazar's back to
cursing.
down.
Cursing me out while we're running these, saying that how awful I am to choose some of these dungeons. I think they're very relieved that Alderman isn't part of it. Although it does, what's happening here? They've still got they've still got a boss to go through that we hadn't thought about. The percentages down. I think we probably should go to the head-to-head, see how close Legacy 30 are behind these guys.
Oh my
now.
goodness, Legacy 30 are very, very close. And as you said, these teams are really pushing as much as they can. The bit of trash going down now, they're going to take it. And it looks like Goblin D's Nuts will probably finish on top. But Legacy 30 it really did give them a run for their money, but there we have it. We've got the win coming out from Goblin D's Nuts, but that was so close, and that's what we want to see. Really close heads-to-heads.
Fantastic, guys.
But of course, Goblin D's Nuts has now gone to the final. They're now in the final.
Make sure to get confirmation of the time, because they don't always start at the
that's
same
true.
time. We need a bit of time confirmation. And while we do that, we've got some messages about next tournaments. If you want to know our next tournaments, for sure, we'll be doing level 30 dungeons again at some point. Hopefully, the time walking community will agree to have us back, and we'll do a time walking one as well. The best bet is to go over to our Discord, have a look there, stay up to date with everything we're doing, and everything will get announced in due course when we're ready and prepared.
Absolutely, and as Ko said, if you're enjoying these events, do join our community and let us know that you want to do these specific events, because it's easier for us to go to the time walking community and say, hey, there's a whole stretch of people in our community that want to partner with you again, and it gives us more leverage there to do these tournaments more, and you sort of build them up. So do let us know over in the Discord. We're going to get confirmation in just a second to see who gets through to the final. But of course, we do have our second group of games in Stratholme. We've got the first and second place at the moment will be against each other. That is, I was going to say Zippy's team again, TDI against Food. And yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting. Who do we think is going to come out with a win in that game, in that matchup?
I think this is super close. I think this is one of these dungeons where it's a bit more linear. It's not really skippable so much, is it? Where we see before Goro doing all these skips. I'd be interested to see if there's any iteration on any of the skips for this one, because it is a bit more linear. It seems like Goblin did actually get the win, so we can confirm that. Goblin goes through to the final with Legacy 30 taking a couple of minutes off their previous time, but it's still not quite been good enough.
Yeah, not quite been good enough, but it looks like we are just waiting for the teams to prepare, and we'll be straight into the next round of play. I'm looking at the screens now, and they look really good. It looks like they're off, so we're going to transition over real fast here, and we're going to see what they're up to. Of course, we're looking at Zippy's POV here with that really cool Druid transmog, as we pointed out previously. Now, I want to ask both of you, let's talk about transmog. How important for you as players is transmog? Does it mean bigger DPS, bigger healing, the better transmog you have?
No, I like looking cool.
Okay. So
not transmog the whole time for me. I love collecting transmog. I really love doing it. I'm really bad at it, but yeah, I like playing around with playing dress up, as some might call it. But I don't really necessarily have an eye for it. Although, as you know, talking about other events, etc., transmog is the true end game, as some people may say. We did have a transmog competition with a twist. Me and you were there together.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't there. Was I there for one?
You were.
Yes, I was there for that one. Yes.
Runway Rivals. Yeah, we had a lovely walk down in Anchorage with people using all the toys they had, and that was our little catwalk twist at the end, which will be making a reappearance sometime in the future. So if transmog is the real end game for you, and you have a large toy collection, wink wink, then you can absolutely join us on one of those.
Yeah,
I think you've stunned him.
Yeah, join us on one of those. So yes, the transmog competition, it was really fun to see. So do send us your biggest rocket into the air or whatever you think looks cool. We'd love to see it. Someone said in chat, Matt is my only toy. Okay. Now, of course, yeah, with my rubber duckies. So we're looking straight ahead here at two Danes and an idiot against Food. They have both really shown a strong performance throughout this competition. It's going to be fun to see them head to head if they've come up with any strats. And as Ko said previously, this dungeon is more linear. This dungeon is more difficult to find the edge, I think. It's more about maybe your team comp and how you can get these mobs down as fast as possible. Would you agree with that?
I mean, if that's to me, then yes, I said it myself. I guess it's to Talbot.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, there's a lot of the problem with this. A lot of the problem with this dungeon is the fact that if you don't kill things quick enough, they can not so much stun you in this dungeon, but obviously they've got magic effects and they can poison you. and they can sheep you and various other things. And it's just a case of, if one happens, then generally another thing happens and another thing, and then it's just you need to be on top of things like the dispels that are going off. You need to have somebody on your team who can not just dispel magic but dispel poison. So as we know, they're not generally the same kind of class, so you've got to think about like your compositions when you go to that as well. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you think you can also do better than these teams with a couple of friends, the add-on is available to the public, and you can find it via the Starship website, or just it's also on CurseForge. If you want to have a look, it should be under Starship. I'm sure we can get some links out there for you. And another reminder as well, as you are spamming ticket, that you can !ticket and get up to 10 of them. And I believe you can put a number afterwards, so you don't have to spam the chat like some of us.
I tried to do 10, it didn't work, so I'm going to do this. Oh, that's the end of my road. But yes, please, everyone, join the competition. Give yourself more opportunities to win this cool stuff. Because if I win, that's going to be sad for you, isn't it? So beat me out, get more tickets, everyone. I see people spamming now. Really good stuff. This is, a furious competition between the two. I think it really comes down to the last section of the dungeon, especially the last boss, into the trash. And as we've seen previously, the trash count can be kind of dodgy near the end. So I wonder if Food have specifically pulled mobs to make sure that they're at 100% of the boss, or they're going to backtrack like we've seen previously.
I don't know, but we just said that at this point in time, we've just watched Goru use Turtle, and then he's gone and feigned, and so he's using almost identical strats as what he was using in LBRS. So
I just want to point out something very important. We actually put this on purpose. They have found it. So the mobs that this boss spawn count towards the percentage. And this is what he's doing. So while he's soloing this boss, he can click the cannon, one-shot the mobs, and it will count towards the percentage, because every mob in this dungeon counts towards percentage. So he's just pretty much soloing the majority of this percentage. And that is a beautiful thing for them to find, and I'm super happy they found it.
Absolutely insane. Oh dear!
I remember spending a night thinking of different strategies with another one of our community members, and we came up with this. I'm super happy that someone found it as a way around, let's say, cheesing percentage, but in the best possible way, as we have a flying bear across our screen again.
Yeah, always with that flying bear. So I'm going to
that should be the new team name, the Flying Bears.
The Flying Bears. I'm going to zoom in here on 2 Danes and an Idiot as they do pull this boss. And I'm sure they're going to kill it relatively quickly. But sorry, I'm going to go to the head-to-head just because I feel like... Oh, this is not... There we are. I feel like Food probably have a good strategy here, because we are seeing 2 Danes and an Idiot on the last boss. However, I think Food are probably on the last boss too, as we're looking at the Hunter here.
Well, they've definitely split up. They've found the place to split as soon as you go into the tunnels. One can go down towards the Cannon Master, and the other two can go the other way towards Balnazar, and the other couple of bosses down there. I think Commander Malor is the other one down in that direction. So you can split at that point. It was just they managed to find the extra percentage that the other teams from the first part hadn't found, which is shooting those mobs with the cannon. I'm not going to repeat it again, which is a fantastic thing for them to find. And they have got one boss left at almost done percentage as well.
Yeah.
And they've done it.
And they've done it. That's absolutely insane. And we're going to zoom in here on them. And they just, I don't know, 6 minutes 15. I believe they started just a little bit before. So we're going to have a look at how TDI do as well. But that is a great time to put on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6:50. Go on.
Sorry, I was going to say 6 minutes 15 is absolutely incredible to run Strathhome in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane, but we're looking at about 6 minutes 40 on the other side. So yes, we're going to come back to us here because we have our first round winner. I mean, it wasn't as too much of a surprise, but they still came out with the strats right. They found your secret strat and they executed well.
Yeah, because you could see the other team, even Zippy there at the end, they were coming back out to collect those mobs for a percentage on their way out, and no one had found the way to basically do it on their way in. So you end up in a bad situation. where you think there's not enough mobs. This has been tuned in a really weird way. Like there's just not enough mobs for me to pull on the way there. But they've managed to find it. That was the team who managed to find the secret source, which was every single mob counts, even if they're spawned in randomly. And you can look at the counter. It's there for you to have a look at the whole time. They found it. Beautifully played.
Absolutely fantastic. We're going to head into the next game very, very soon. But at this point of the broadcast, of course, I've not been on with both Talvi and Co at the same time. I do want to ask you a little bit about. You're looking at me like I'm going to say something super weird. It's not weird. I'm going to ask you a little bit about the future, the War Within coming up. I want to know, when the announcement first came out, what were your feelings? How did you... I mean, for me, whenever I watch those sort of ceremonies and those sort of announcements, it's always such an amazing time to be a WoW player. Talk to me about where you were and how you saw it. Talvi, give me a shout. What happened?
I was sitting on the sofa, watching it on the TV, because we were watching BlizzCon. And I was sat with my partner to the right of me. He currently had one of our cats sat on him. I had the other cat sat on me, so we were literally trapped under the cats. And we were sitting there watching the TV. But as soon as the War Within came in, I literally leapt off the sofa and I was like, oh my god, this is really cool. And especially when they started mentioning like the other expansions that are coming on after it, like the whole fact that they've like literally just linked them together is super, super cool. And it's really cool to see that we've got not just a continuation of the story, but we've got stuff that people have been asking for a really long time, and it's really nice to see that they're listening to the community. They understand that we want to see the continuation of the story. We're tired of going to far off lands. Can we just like come home now and just fix our problems at home, because we need to.
Exactly. And Co, what about you? Where were you?
Medicine hype. Yeah, I think that was the bit that got me excited. I think it's a bit like the announcement when they announced Vanilla was coming back. It does something to you as an older WoW player. You're like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to say where I felt it, but you can all imagine. So yeah, Medicine was a particularly fantastic addition to that, and I think most WoW players know as soon as he starts talking, everyone listens. He's just got one of those presences and voices.
Exactly, he does. And, well, speaking of presents, we're going to head over to Stratholme to grace them with our presents as they're about to head off here into their second run of a best of 3. And, of course, Food are winning 1-0. And they just need to take this on match point to head to our final, where we're going to find out who truly can run this dungeon in the fastest time. We have a little bit of out of sync here, but the times are going to be accounted accordingly, because we have that weak aura, as we can see on the right-hand side, which is showing the mob density, but also showing how fast they're killing bosses. So fun to see here what they're going to do. Going into this dungeon here, Food clearly are very, very strong. What do you think they're going to do with their prizes? I think they're going to win very similar prizes to last time.
Well, I think they probably have. If I know them well, which we'll find out by what I say if it's true or not. Yeah. They probably have more than one account, right? Because if you're doing anything that's like, really meta theory crafting, etc., I'm sure they'll end up with multiple accounts with different prizes on all of them. I'd probably do the same in their position. Or maybe they'll give it away to the Time Walking community if we can twist their arms into doing it. Or if people in the community are watching and can mention that they have a overflowing sack of prizes.
Holy moly. Yes, they do. They do indeed. I'm getting... One day I'll learn to transition away from these things, Co. But for now, we'll just
do that one on purpose.
For now, we'll just have a look at Zippy's team, TDI here, as they are moving forward. I really love their logo. Very, very cool. I'm sure an AI job there. But hey, they're heading through the tunnel, killing the mobs as fast as possible. Zippy doing his best swipe impersonation as he is swiping the mobs as much as he can, grabbing the aggro and moving them straight toward the boss up here. I mean, Guardian Druids for me were always the tank that I would want to play. I liked the philosophy of big health pool, but also able to help the team through AoE healing as well as all those sorts of things. What about for you two? Have you played tanks before, and which tanks for you are like the premium ones that you'd go back to time and time again?
Yeah, so for me, my favourite tank will always be Protection Paladin. I have one. I played one at the end of Shadowlands. I really like them. I like what they stand for. I like what they can do. The only other tank I've ever played has been a Frost DK, which, as we know, sad but true, is no longer a tank anymore. But back at the end of Wrath, it was unstoppable, and it was a great tank to play. Really enjoyed it. But yeah, I think if I had to play one now, it would always be my Protection Paladin.
Okay,
I'm super happy to hear you say Frost DK. That's one of the bits of knowledge that not many people have, that Frost was the original tank spec, right?
It
And then you
certainly
think about
was. It's great.
it wasn't always meant to be just the healing themselves for days. It was using the ices and armor and all of this, and that was the
Yeah.
inspiration. It was good for me, though, because much like Talvi, I actually started in Classic, although at the end of it, showing my age slightly. Yeah, Prot Warrior is, but pretty much all of the, let's say, OG classes have a special place in my heart. And the Night Elf, obviously dancing on mailbox, race and class combo and all of this, right, also
Yep.
holds a special place in my heart.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, funnily enough, one of my very first characters that I rolled in Classic was a Prot Warrior. I didn't stick with it because they couldn't heal themselves, but yeah, that was my actual first class that I ever rolled.
When Warrior could start healing themselves, that became really nice, yeah, with Victory Rush and the different parts of Leech now in the game as well. But
Who needs
I
a
guess
healer?
given that we're at, like, exactly, who needs a healer? Well said. Given that we're at 4 minutes, I guess it's kind of time to have a look at how close these two teams are, and it does look like they're coming towards the end, as we have a Goru shooting around the place as we're used to from this evening, and here they are at this boss, as I mentioned, with this strat. I'm interested to see if the strat is copied by TDI. Although this is one of the things that was actually quite interesting about the bear, is you think that it has really good movement, but you can't shift out of bear form with this amount of mobs, so you end up actually having not that much movement at all. And you can see it here, because quite a few of the dungeons he's pretty much just been jumping up and down with like 50% movement speed.
He has been, but hey, anything you need to do to get the dungeon done. And I'm looking down at chat here, and we have some big fans of the teams, some cheerleaders in chat, and it's good to see cheering on your favorite team. Maybe there's a team that you've entered this competition thinking, I like this one, but you've exited the competition thinking, do you know what? I love that team. And it looks like we've got some fans, especially for the Nuts and also for the two Danes as well. Clapping and stomping. Yeah, exactly.
So
Clapping
we've got
and stomping.
something in chat that's really interesting. There's somebody, Azu Videxa says, used to play Guardian Druid, but I changed to Vengeance Demon Hunter in Nyalotha, and I haven't looked back since.
Well, you've changed to a very strong class, so
Yeah.
really good stuff there. We've got someone saying Legacy 30 saying Druid Supremacy. Absolutely, Druids are super good, especially those restos late game. Very, very cool stuff. So focusing back on the games here, of course, Food doing their normal strat of splitting up and doing two things at the same time, which is super, super good. They're really they've got all this honed down, right? Are they lying down?
It's just lying down on the floor. Did we miss something? Did they finish? Oh, he's just waiting because there's no point of him going to Balnazar.
This is too much.
You see that you can see the health bars bouncing on the left hand side of the screen, but he's not going to make it in time. So he's just waiting for them to kill the other bosses. He's got the tank and the rest of Shaman there. Nothing else for him to do. Just laying down. I mean, you better hope that they don't lose this, because otherwise it's going to be quite embarrassing. But if they do, then it's a one hell of a flex.
This is so funny. Holy moly.
We've got to have a look at Zippy's team to see how far. 620.
Yeah, because they were on Balnazar, weren't they? Or
yeah, and they're pretty close to Balnazar, but I don't think he's engaged just yet. So I think maybe he's safe to be laying down there, and it's going to count as one hell of a flex. And good job to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job. And they're flexing for the audience here as well, I know, which is super cool to see. Is that allowed? Hey, yeah, I mean...
I mean, have they finished? Have they finished yet?
Let's have a look.
at
Let's
maybe
go to the head-to-heads. They have.
Yes,
done
they
it.
have.
They've done it. They've got a really clean time here. We're going to come back to us here. They've done it. It looks like Food have made their way to the finals once again, and it looks like they're probably going to take that first. But hey, Goblin D's Nuts did surprise us with their first run, and maybe they'll be able to do it again. So the teams are preparing right now for the finals, and we're going to head there very, very soon. What do we think so far? Is Food just on a different level? Are they the echo of our competition?
Yeah, they are. Hopefully, Pete, someone's watching this at home, in the bath, on the sofa, wherever you want to drink with us from. And I think maybe next time we can get them. They might be Echo, we will be Liquid or Method or whoever you want to be. Nihilum, if you're back in the day, running Insidia even, who knows, and can take them on because they look like they're going to run away with this quite comfortably unless something really surprising happens.
Exactly. And I think that's something to note, that if you want to be a part of this competition or events like this that we hold very regularly, do head over to our Discord. We've got it right on screen underneath Co and Talvi there, discord.gg/Starship EU. I also want to point out that we are partnered with, above us, Blizzard has offered us some prizes, which we are going to give out a little bit later. So ! Ticket in chat. Of course, Raider.io for supporting us. Safe in Our World is our charity sponsor. We've raised over £300, almost 400 for them. And we thank our generous community time and time again. And of course, Zygor, who is providing some of the prizes for today. So how are we looking? Are these teams almost ready to go? I think so. They're just preparing themselves now. And it's funny, we have a back-end Discord, and for all people out there to know, and a screenshot has been posted of our wonderful Goru chilling on the ground. I'm sure that'll go out in our Discord later, so do go and see that. Very, very funny stuff. We love to see the personality in our competition. And chat, how are you doing today? How are you feeling this evening? I suppose lots of people from the UK are tucked up, ready to go to sleep, but... yeah. Why are you laughing? What's going on?
Someone said, Matt, can you become my Discord kitten?
What does that mean? What do I have to do? What's the?
You know
ask.
what you have to do. You know what you have to do.
A Discord kitten.
It's better not to go into it. Trust me. It's better just to say, given the times that Goru et al. Are running, it's worth remembering that the giveaway is going to end soon, so make sure that you get your ticket entries in, as we probably only have a maximum of 6 or 7 minutes until that giveaway is going to close and be locked for good. So make sure that you use all of your tickets. Make sure ticket. If it tells you successfully bought them, then fantastic. Keep trying again. If it tells you failed, then well, you're gonna go and cry a bit about it. But we are waiting now for the teams to take off.
I just shouldn't read chat. Yeah. Anyway, honestly, everyone, you should go and get yourself some nuggies tomorrow and just chill in the bath.
What did someone say to you in the chat? Because I can't see it.
No, there's just a lot of kitty. There's some kitty talk. Don't worry about it, Matt.
Oh, okay.
So, being a furry.
Does chat want you to meow live on stream? Because
that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Well, I mean, anything can happen for 100k, right? But we'll see. As long as nuggies.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. I'm just imagining being in a bath with a wine glass with like Diet Coke in, right, with some nuggies on your right, dipping it in some barbecue sauce with bubbles all around you, some ambient music. Right, so the teams are almost ready. Yeah, someone could
do it for you.
Yeah, but we are almost ready to go in the dungeon. I don't know where we went there. That was very weird, very strange. Of course,
it was all by you as well. It wasn't even me this time.
This is the race.
Can't blame you this time, Coop.
Matt, pop round later. I'll sort that out. Okay, this is the race to world worst. I'll say world first. Worst. I just can't speak anymore. Doesn't matter what I say. We're going to head straight over to the competition as they have started. Goblin D's Nuts are away, and yeah, I'm going to shut up now. How are we doing? How are we looking?
Yeah, they're going for a pretty insane pull here. At the bit at the beginning here is where you get all the really high stacks of poison and diseases come out, so they really have to make sure they manage that. It's all going on their lovely druid tank who's going to take all of those mobs in and get those plague rats down and AoE them down around the corner, which is fantastic. There goes the static totem as well, which is and the second burst. So that's really well controlled by them as food are now going away and starting their run. So we have to remember at the end there's a bit of a disparity in terms of the start time, although we have a feeling based on previous runs that they may just catch up.
Yeah, exactly. And both teams, as you said, are underway. And as someone said in chat, run, little nut, run. And this team really is going as fast as they can toward the bosses because they know that they're against it. They know they're against the first place. And it's sometimes harder to climb the mountain as it is for Fu to look down the other side and see the team trying to get to them. They're really pushing everything they can. And Goru's really doing sweet work on that survival.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see they've pulled maybe slightly, well, pretty much the same strategy. Maybe a bit fewer mobs even on the food side, but it all comes down to they've found the cannonball strat, and if Goblin are going to iterate on that, maybe they're going to copy what they're doing and try and get a better time simply enough than they've been doing before. You see, they're actually going to the right and picking up those mobs, which I don't think the other teams have actually done just yet, which is also extra percentage, and it's the movement of the Brewmaster Monk there, just being able to shoot one way, zap back the other, and basically pick up all of that percentage for really no time loss at all.
Yeah, exactly. And whilst we're in the middle section of this run, I do want to shout out the team behind the Race to World Worst today. We have the wonderful Lux in chat, who is letting us all know that it's our last chance to enter the giveaway. So make sure you do enter the giveaway. And of course, Lady A, who's back in our green room helping out with everything too. So thank you to our backstage staff who are doing a wonderful job. So thank you to them. Looking back at the teams here, we've got Goblin D's Nuts bringing up all those mobs and taking them down as much as they can, and Goru and the team spinning to win. It looks like they are all together and they'll split. I know you mentioned earlier, Ko, there is a corridor where they can split off, and that's going to happen pretty soon. But we have a death over on Goblin D's Nuts. A team wipe.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, the only thing we can do, they really tried to push it as much. Remember, we saw this earlier as well. As soon as people came up against food, they really felt they had to go for it that bit extra, pull that bit more, and it was causing a bit of panic and mistakes because it wasn't something they had planned for. And now it's really just looks like it might just be pretty easy walking, or maybe we're going to see another laying down version of Goru towards the end of this. Unless they wipe as well, again, I guess.
Yeah, there could be a point where they can wipe, but hey, as someone said in chat, run for the nuts, and they really should, because they need to really go fast here. But there's no real speed with this group of this team. They've got the roar, of course, but that gets you so far. But the team are trying their hardest to do as much as they can and get through this. What are we thinking? Are we thinking this is a difficult one? Can they do it?
I think we should have a look back at food and just see how difficult this is really going to be for them, because food pretty much are going to be pretty close to the finish now. They're 75% done on mob count. They still have the bosses to go through, of course, but it looks like maybe there's a slight difference in approach here. Maybe they're playing it slightly safer, or I've completely messed up where I am in this dungeon, which might also be a possibility, but we'll see in a second as he gets around to this corner. No, I completely messed up where they are. So no, he's waiting to go through that door. So this is where they're going to split. He's going to go down to the Cannon Master. He's feign death at the end is pretty good strategy, making sure he has no damage here. Zooming through, he's going to find the perfect point. Oh, he's timed it to perfection. Look at that double jump around the corner. That was beautiful. And he's going to engage this Cannon Master, and then we're going to see the lovely image of him laying down.
Strategy. It's just watching him go round the corner using Turtle, collecting up all those mobs, and then feign death, and then go straight for the boss. It's a thing of beauty. It truly is.
Yeah, I've got to zoom in here and watch as we see this happening. It's just, as you say, so clean. They've really practiced this to perfection.
And here they come. Here he's running. Just going to click the cannon. As soon as it comes off cooldown, there's one dead. That's another bit of percentage. The boss is going down super quick. That's survival single target damage. And if you're watching, then you really don't have much time left now to enter into the giveaway, as it's going to close as soon as we have a winner of this.
Yep.
So make sure you spam those tickets as much as you can, and really trying hard now on Goblin to catch up some time, but it looks like an impossible task.
Yep, exactly. It really is the impossible dream, I think, for Goblin these nuts after that wipe, but they're still going to give it everything they've got. They're gonna unload everything, and they're gonna really just try and push it as much as they can. As food, well, they're showing that potentially pizza on computer with some pepperoni is good for you to win these competitions, as they're really doing a good job here. And potentially we're gonna have another lie down. Let's see. I'll zoom in here.
Is he going to show off?
Is he going to show off?
Any flex, maybe? Jumping?
Like a gracious,
nothing
like a gracious winner, they are just going to run to the last boss, maybe to meet their friends, as they know now they've really... Oh, there's the feign death. Holy moly.
Oh, no. Okay, I was going to say, now he did it there on the stage. They really didn't have much time left now until you would imagine the inevitable victory. I don't think they've called him over in order to wrap things up, or in case they're in any trouble, although he's going super speed here. He's flying through this dungeon. He's actually going to meet them up in time and actually get some tags on this boss. Look how fast that was.
That was
There
one boss goes
is.
down, second boss goes down. That's confirmed.
And that's the one.
winner.
We found it. The winner of the race to World Worst is the one and only Food. Well, thank you, Food, for first joining us for this competition. It was really fun to see them play it out. It's super, super cool to see all the different strats they did and all the different things they incorporated into their runs to really make it what it was today. So big congratulations to them. Let's have a look at the prizes. We are going to be giving them the War Within, the Epic Edition, 3 months of Zygor. We've got the mounts and the pets, and also they get a badge within our Discord. Talvi, what do you think about this team?
They were just unstoppable the whole way through. It was really nice to see, and it's nice to see as well. Seeing a team that we've never had join Race to World Worst before. It's they clearly enjoy the game. They enjoy everything about it, and it's just really nice for them to just come in, not necessarily win, but to take part and to as we were watching them, it was obvious that they were just really enjoying what they were doing. As you were watching Goro there on the last bit, and he was literally just bouncing through the dungeon. It was just incredible just to watch. So it's nice to watch these kind of guys just do what they do and love what they do, because you see so many guys who play this game and they play it for hours and hours and hours, and it makes them really horrible and bitter and twisted. And these guys just clearly don't have any negativity towards the game at all, and it's just really nice and really refreshing to see.
Exactly. Absolutely. And we're going to have the winners in just a moment. I think, Cobe, potentially should we do the giveaway now? Leave the suspense to see who wins the whole thing?
I'm pretty sure we know who's won the whole thing. But yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for the giveaway to end, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Our lovely community leader to wrap that up and then to come and join us. So perhaps. There
we go.
There we go. It's done.
It's been finished. Sure. Let's do the top three while we wait for our leader to come in and do the giveaway.
Okay. Well, surprise to no one. First place. Congratulations. Food, the time walking community. Do remember to head over there and get all of your time walking needs met, as well as Mage Tower, and really just have a great time with them.
All your needs met.
EU.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Coming in second place was TDI, our lovely Danes with Zippy. All your needs met, including bath time with Matty. Absolutely. TDI with 4 points, involved coming second in Noma, third in LBRS, and third in Strat, I believe, is what I had. So that comes up into 4 points. And then third is Legacy 30. So they get the last prize. Congratulations to Legacy 30. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. Remember, level 30 content if you enjoyed something like this, you want to do raids, you want to do more dungeons, you want to get in with them and have a really great time with level 30 content, then head over to Legacy 30 Discord. Hopefully we'll have some links and chat for them in a bit. But I'll hand back over to you, and we can draw the lovely giveaway prize.
Right, let's draw our prize. I believe, is our glorious leader going to be doing the honors today? I think that's what we've got going. So if you would like to join, if you can hear us out there in the distance.
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
Okay, yep, so that's played out. Give us a
Thankfully,
second.
it's not the one he normally has.
Yeah, exactly. Right, okay, so let's...
I've just broken everything.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. We'll show the winners up on screen here. So please draw for us who the winner of the giveaway today is.
Okay. Imaginary drum roll.
I don't know why I did like that. That's weird. Okay.
Lil Christina.
Lil Christina, congratulations. Big claps in chat.
Christina.
A 2% chance to win.
Oh my goodness.
That is what you go. And what do they go away with, honestly? What are they heading home with today?
They're heading home with The War Within Epic Edition and Cataclysm Classic Epic Blazing Epic Upgrade Pack, which includes a mount for retail as well, which is really cool. Both of those prizes are provided by our wonderful partners, Blizzard. Huge shout out to the other partners as well, Zygor, who provided us with some of the prizes for the actual event winners, as well as Radar.io, who've given us some support with quite a bit of coverage as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you very much for coming in here and doing that. Honestly, we do appreciate it. And also, well done for your team taking a couple of games there. Super cool to see. We're going to close it out now in just a second. So thank you again for doing that for us. Here we go. So thank you again to everybody who has taken part in the competition. And of course, to you out there that have sat cozy, snuggled up in your blankie, watching this evening with a beer in hand. Any last words? Let me head over to Talvi first. What have you got to say for us here?
I just want to say thanks, guys, for letting me sit with you guys on the desk. It's been absolute privilege and an honor. I've had so much fun today. And congrats to the winners. You've all done an amazing job. It's been so much fun to watch you all play, and I can't wait for season 5.
Exactly. And Co, any final words?
I've enjoyed making up random words with you all evening, learning stuff about you that I never knew yet, and my cat is appearing around the door, so I'm gonna have to.
I think that is your time.
My time is up, so I'm gonna say goodbye and give me a minute, and I'm gonna head off.
Sure. So thank you again to everyone out there. This has been the Race to World Worst. I've been Matty, Talvi, and Co, and you've been fantastic. So until next time, goodbye from us.
The Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.